Thank you.
May I invite you to stand so we take our national anthem. Thereafter, we will call in Tatema Vidula Victor, the Provincial Manager of the South African Human Rights Commission Limpopo Provincial Office, to do the welcome and to declare the session open. Thank you very much. Let's stand. Kindly lead us in the technical issues, but let's wait a bit.
At each other. But where there's a need, where we identify a failure, there's a difference between identifying a failure and pointing fingers. We won't hesitate to tell you that this was not supposed to be done this way. Maybe going forward, let us do this way. Because the most important thing is that our people should benefit. Our people's rights must be protected. And there's only one institution that can coordinate that. We know that we have relevant institutions that have the mandate to ensure that our people enjoy their rights. Our people can only enjoy their rights if the government department is responsible, is delivering the service for our people. So our responsibility is not, if we are talking about, for example, water, our responsibility as a Human Rights Commission is not to deliver water to the people. Is to ensure that government department deliver water to our people. That is how our system has been designed. So we are going to do our best to identify every loophole that is creating these challenges that we are facing as a province, because we will all agree that in Limpopo we have challenges. Our people are not getting water. So this hearing will assist. You must also understand this hearing is different from any other hearing. Any other report that had been produced before will be different from, it's not to go, this one is not going to be the same. Because here, immediately after the issuing of report, and even during the process right now, when there's a need for us to intervene immediately, we are doing that. And we are happy that there are other people who have already indicated that, yes, things seem to be changing immediately. So we are going to work with you, we are going to listen to you and also make suggestions if it need be. So with these words, with those few words, allow me to declare the session open, and thank you very much for coming out once more.
Thank you very much, Mavidola, for those kind words. Can I request our Occupational Health and Safety Officer in the South African Human Rights Commission Limpopo office, Ms. Mahlatsi Ngoveni, to come talk to us about the COVID-19 and safety compliance.
Thank you, Ms. Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observing regulations. May we kindly, you have an accident with your mask, you are welcome to come there. We'll provide you with surgical mask. And let's please make sure that when we come inside the venue, we sanitize our hands, and when you check on the tables, there are the small sachets of sanitizers that you can utilize now and then. Thank you so much. Let's all make sure that we ensure that we adhere to all protocols and regulations of COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahlatsi, for reminding us of the realities of the COVID-19. It's still very real. I'm sure even if you don't feel very well, you can go again to the COVID-19 spot so that they can assist you. So rather do the right thing than wait for you to then get sick. Thank you for that. I was looking around if I can see our assistant here at Frontier, but I see he's not here. However, let me indicate to you that the ablution facilities are on the left, towards the end of this building. That's where you'll find your ablution facilities. For any emergency, we've got the main door there where you can exit, and we have the other door here that also serves as the exit. Suppose there's anything that forces us to run out, fire and any other thing. I'm going to rotate the mask so that we introduce ourselves. So that after that we will then call Commissioner Ms. Pintuli to address us on the her remarks. Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Nyakalo Matlala. I am a South African Sign Language interpreter. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rafila Ramadikela, the report writer. Thank you.
Good morning, H.L. Emamabolo, the senior report writer.
Good morning, everyone. On our creative hub.
Morning, everyone. Bwana Alfred, 015 Creative Hub.
Morning, I'm Victor Redan.
Good morning. My name is Maizuke. I'm from the Human Rights Commission.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sututakiswa from Human Rights Commission.
Morning, everyone. Kelly Bandalane, South African Human Rights Commission.
Good morning. My name is Tabajo Malizela. I work for the Office of the Premier.
My name is Matumi Mutokwa. I'm acting on behalf of Limpopo as the Mayor of the Municipality.
Morning, colleagues. I'm Simon from the Canada Municipality.
Morning, September from
Morning, Mukwego Rotunda, SAHRC.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Good morning, everyone. To this last day of our week-long hearing into water-related service delivery issues in the province of Limpopo. With these opening remarks, I'll try to be as brief as I can. I must follow a theme that we undertook from the first day, led by various reasons, amongst which was a directive from research results which were presented to us on the first day by academics at the University of Venda in Limpopo, and it's the University of Venda and the University of Limpopo Provincial Manager. Yes, that's correct. And in their research, it's clear that part of the problems with our challenges of the delivery of water is a lack of understanding of who we are, and that means the lack of indigenous knowledge systems. Quite clearly, African people have information that Western knowledge systems don't have about the attainment of water. But amongst the first rights it gives us, it doesn't give it to us, it reminds us of this right. It says you have an inherent right to dignity. So it's not the Constitution that's giving us this right to dignity. It says you were born with it, it's inherent. Something that's inherent is something you are born with. Now, language can be very problematic because when we talk of dignity, it can kind of confuse us, especially us as Africans. Because we're in Limpopo and I come from Zululand, I had to speak to the provincial manager to help me understand what the word for dignity is in the local languages here. And I'm told that it's Seriti, which is the same as Tswana. When you directly translate this, it's the same as what we use in isiXhosa and isiZulu, which means isithunzi. Now, the English word doesn't help you to understand. You will never refer to a shadow and say dignity. But in our African languages, we do that, and it's not by mistake. So it must be re-emphasized why we say that dignity is the same word as shadow. The thing that colonialism and apartheid did is help us forget who we are. So we must be reminded that there was a time in our lives where if someone walks past me, they can't walk over my shadow. That was incredibly disrespectful and offensive. Because we believe that we don't walk alone. We are plural people. We are communal people. Our shadows represent those who come before us and those who are still to come after us. They are embodied within us. And that's why you can't walk over them, but it's so long. Partly because of westernization, But also, population growth, there's too many of us, so we can't afford to give each other the same space. But this is a real thing that is important for us to remember. So that when we interpret what the Constitution means by saying, you were born with isithunzi, and this Constitution is created so that that isithunzi can be defended. That is the premise from which we are supposed to move when we think about questions of service delivery, particularly water. We beg you, members of the Premier's office, we beg you, leaders, please protect the dignity of human beings. Throughout this week, we've heard from various institutions, the Department of Health, Department of Water and Sanitation. We've heard from community members who recognizes the woundedness and the history and explicitly says that we have an obligation to remember that people died in order that these dichotomies can be dismantled. What is it then in 25 years that we can say we have done if we have failed the Constitution? And why are we here? The provincial manager kept asking some municipal leaders, why don't you resign then? If you are employed by this and this says this is what you need to do and you are not doing it, why don't you resign? And give the opportunity to others to do it. And the reason is consciousness. It's a lack of consciousness. Because a human being that is aware, it will be impossible for them to reconcile with themselves what is happening and how they are contributing to it, if they are conscious and aware. And these are the problems. It's a spiritual deprivation that was begun by colonial authorities and is perpetuated by the post-colonial leadership in the main. Because it is our leaders that have a responsibility to recognize that the project is not a material project. You can't scientifically understand that dignity is a matter of shadow and how that links to someone's understanding of themselves and their experience of living. So these are the problems at stake, and this is why it's important for us to take seriously our responsibilities as afforded to us by the Constitution and processes like this. We are pleased that immediately there are changes that we are beginning to see. Some municipal leaders who came here have already begun with immediate effect to implement and deliver water to some communities. And we hope to get similar commitment from those who will be appearing today. It's quite clear that the problem is not the scarcity of the resource. And in that case, those who are unable to manage will be replaced by those who can. With that, thank you very much. I wish us a fruitful engagement. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Without wasting any time, I'm going to invite the panelists. Commissioner, I am with Simon, who is the manager of water. he's telling me the mayor has sent Councillor Mutogwa.
The mayor sent Councillor Mutogwa. The MM is she's not here.
And the MM is still on the way. Can we release them until the MM is here? Maybe?
Thank you very much. Could we get an indication for why the mayor is not here today?
Morning. Yes, Commissioner, the mayor has got some commitments, family matters. That's the reason why she ended up sending an apology. He did send it yesterday, and also requested Councillor Mutogwa to stand on his behalf.
Are you in a position to divulge what the family commitment is?
It's a funeral that the indication that I got from the mayor and the indication that I got from the acting mayor as we're sitting here.
We have not received an apology, or I don't see an apology. I do see a confirmation on the 14th of October that the mayor will be here. So with that, it can't be disputed. You can't argue against a bereavement. However, we will then request that confirmation in writing. In the meantime, if the MM is not here, we cannot allow you to then give evidence because the MM is the accounting officer. And we had wanted all accounting officers to account together with the mayors as the executive authorities. In that regard, sir, I will ask you to please take your seat. We will call you once the MM has arrived. Thank you very much for your time, though, and for arriving on time. We appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Then, Commissioner, may you allow me then to check if our Mohalakwana is already here? Can I get an indication? Thank you very much, sir. Commissioner, allow me to invite the Mohalakwana local municipality. Here I have Councillor Marisela Franz Muketi and the MM Hendrik Mwebe. You are invited to the podium.
Thank you. The municipal manager and the mayor are still on the way, not yet arrived. I'm the acting technical manager.
Can you kindly inform them that the session is away? Program Director.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Invite to the podium the Villa local municipality, the mayor, Councillor Jeremiah Ngobeni, and the MM, Ms. Labiani Janelle. Commissioner, I am with the MM of the Villa local municipality, Ms. Labiani Janelle, and I think she's got something to say to you, Commissioner.
Acting MM, please speak to the microphone. Feel free to take off your mask because the program director is social distancing from you.
Thank you so much. I was saying that I am Jamila Slabiani, the acting municipal manager of Villa.
I'm with our Senior Manager for Technical Services. Our Mayor is still on his way to this commission, so I don't know if we can then proceed with the presentation and taking of questions in his absence.
Thank you, Acting MM. We are unable to take your presentation in the absence of your mayor. Please inform your mayor that I'm sure you will appreciate the relationship between my opening remarks and what's happening here. This kind of delay is just a manifestation of the 25 years of delay. And it's incredibly problematic. Please inform your mayor that we are not going to allow your presentation in his absence. Thank you.
Commissioner, next on the program we have the COGSTA, the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs. In the list I had the name of Dade Norman Mariba. I'm not sure if the HOD is here, but I can invite them to the podium, Commissioner. Can I invite the COGSTA to the podium?
Program Director, is the person you are calling the HOD of COGSTA?
I am calling the HOD of COGSTA. However, during the introductions, I only heard the name of Mr. Norman Madiba. I'm not sure if the HOD is here. Maybe we can get indication from Mr. Norman Mariba.
Maybe Mr. Norman Mariba can indicate to us then where the accounting officer is.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Norman Mariba from COGSTA. The HOD has indicated that she will arrive.
From Johannesburg, is that correct?
I spoke to her on the phone, so I wasn't sure, yeah.
No, I am informed that she will be coming from Johannesburg. It's certainly understandable because according to the program, she will be appearing at the Durban. Therefore, it's fine, you may take your seat. We are hoping that the Premier's office is taking note of what's happening here, because this speaks to the problem that's happening in this province. And we need to find solutions to
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, we have the HOD of Coxstar, Mayor Dumalisile Ngaka, who was supposed to come to the podium at 12:40. However, she indicates that she is ready to take the podium. If you allow me, Commissioner, I will then invite them to the podium.
That's fine, Program Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Commissioner. May I kindly invite to the podium Mayor Dumalisile Ngaka, the HOD of Coxstar, with her team. You can take the podium, yes. You can sit over there. You can have a seat, Dr. Mariba. Commissioner, it's Mayor Dumalisile Ngaka from the HOD of Coxstar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, Mengaka. Good morning, Commissioner. Mengaka, I will ask you to please speak louder to the microphone. The majority of people who are with us today are joining us virtually. It becomes, therefore, incredibly important that we speak to the microphone. You may feel free to take off your mask. Thank you. Good morning, Mengaka.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Mengaka, will your evidence this morning also be supported by your delegation?
Yes, I'm accompanied by Mr. Mariba. He's the only one who is with me today.
And Mr. Mariba will also be speaking this morning?
Yes, he will.
In that case, then I will ask Mr. Mariba to please come and stand next to you. We will then have to administer you formally. Could I get an indication if either of you have an objection to taking the oath this morning?
No, I don't.
I've got no objection.
In that case, kindly state your full names, position, and institution for the record.
My name is Ngaka Rosina Dumalisile. I'm the head of department for Coxstar, which is Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements, and Traditional Affairs.
My name is Nomen Mariba from the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements, and Traditional Affairs. I'm the Chief Director responsible for municipal infrastructure development.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask that the sanitizer be kept close to you for purposes of safety. Since you have indicated no objection to taking the oath, kindly raise your right hands. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give this morning shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, kindly state, so help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. You are duly administered. Sir, you may take your seat.
Commissioner, why would you choose traditional healer and not a medical doctor instead?
Because a medical doctor refers to the West Mengaka. Our traditional healer refers to our traditions. That's why.
No, it's just the name. I'm sure my parents were hoping that I'll become a medical doctor one day.
Well, we hope so still. We live in hope. Mengaka, we are short of traditional healers, as you know. So the more we have, the better. Mengaka, the time is now 9:45. We shall offer you 25 minutes to offer us your presentation. Thereafter, the panel will have time to engage with you. The time is now yours.
Okay. Thank you once more, Commissioner, and your entourage, and good morning to everyone in this venue, and good morning to everyone who's watching virtually. Commissioner, we were requested to actually respond to 2 questions, and those questions, in summary, it's basically our supportive role to the municipalities, and the focus is on water provisioning. So we'll try and focus on those and give just an indication of what is it that we do in trying to support the municipalities as the department. Now, when you look at the second slide, I'm not driving the presentation. The person who's running the slides will have to follow me. I'm now on slide 3. On slide 3, Commissioner, we're just trying to give an indication to say institutionally we are mandated to provide that kind of support to municipalities, whether we are at provincial level or at national level as departments. And we try to give a bit of a breakdown in terms of that responsibility to say what is it that we support them on, which is the planning, the monitoring, and make sure that there is compliance in everything that they do. And we also assess the implementation in terms of the work that they do. Now, when you look at slide 4, which is a summary of the roles and mandates, I think here we're just trying to give an indication that in trying to respond to that section of the Constitution, we also have a dedicated component within the department that looks into this support, which is the last bullet point that is highlighted or bolded. And the person who's responsible at a senior position is Mr. Mariba, who was standing right next to me, which is the Municipal Infrastructure Development component, and that looks into infrastructure planning as well as development. Now, the presentation, Commissioner, is not structured in terms of the questions. I think we are all over the show because we try to make sure that there is proper flow of information, but rest assured that the presentation does actually seek to respond to those questions. Now, looking at the water service provisioning within the province, I'm on slide 6, yes. Looking at this, and when you look at the previous census and currently where we are, as a province, and I know my colleagues from OTP are here, they'll probably give more details on this. As a province, we did set ourselves a target over a 5-year period. And in 2015, you will see that in terms of water provisioning, this is through our water service authorities, and I'm sure some of them have already appeared. Mostly it's district, and we have a peculiar situation in Waterberg where you have local municipalities as water service authority. So we were sitting at 78.8%. There is a fly that is actually distracting me. We were sitting, I'm not sure if it's a sabotage, we were sitting at 78.8% in terms of water provisioning throughout the province. But you will see that 2016, 18 and 19, there was a sharp decline, which is 8%. And this is purely on the fact that there is a challenge with aging infrastructure in municipalities. And most of this aging infrastructure is underground. And this is a challenge of municipalities being able to actually maintain this infrastructure, but also be able to prioritize between the two competing pressures of priorities, where they have to maintain this aging infrastructure, but also roll out new infrastructure, which is creating a challenge for them. So that's basically where we're sitting. I will not talk about the other areas because the focus for today is on the very first one, which is EMBA. But we have since revised the target for the next coming 5 years, and we do want to make sure that we reach the target. Now, we are aware, sitting here, Commissioner, that I'm on slide 7. We are aware, sitting here, that municipalities are actually funded through quite a number of conditional grants. And there are specific conditions that they have to meet from time to time to make sure that they spend that money. And as I said, spend it within the competing priorities. And I'm in a advantageous position, if I were to put it that way, because we're also dealing with human settlements. And when you look at what municipalities are actually expected to do and are going through, you will see that money is spent. It's just a portion of the money that is not spent, but money is spent. When you look at those figures where you have a column that talks to expenditure, that's your provincial expenditure. So you have the highest is 94, which was the previous financial year. And the lowest is 85, which was previous financial year, sorry, not the current financial year and previous financial year. The lowest is 85, which was the previous one, which was as a result of a lot of incomplete projects as a result of COVID impact. But in the previous years, where you see 90, 95, you do have municipalities that have been consistent in terms of 100% expenditure. But the challenge is, when you go on the ground, you may actually want to ask serious questions to say, where is that money? And until such time you engage with municipalities, then you will understand what is happening. So it's not enough money for starters, not enough is generated, and there are serious competing priorities, like I said. Now, why I said I'm sitting in a very advantageous position is some of the infrastructure is overloaded because of illegal connections. And I'll talk to water. When we provide houses, we first provide services. A house that we provide is connected to water system, is connected to electricity, is also connected to sewer system. And when we provide you with a house, already you have a shack, because we wanted to make sure that you have a stand. But once we put a house, that shack doesn't disappear. Instead, you have a house, and you have 5 shacks at the back, 5 shacks in front. This person is an indigenous person, and all other 5 front and 5 back are said to be indigenous. Now that system is seriously overloaded. None of them are paying for services. And the municipality has to continue to roll out to other areas, which is creating a challenge. So as they continue to provide these services, there is serious backlog that continues to be created because of what is happening, and they are not able to offload the illegal connections from the system. Now, continuing with the expenditure, which is also a challenge, because this is where we come in together with Treasury and Office of the Premier, because we want to make sure that all of them will spend the money allocated. And we do have municipalities that are not able to spend money as allocated because of various challenges. If they've already appeared, they probably did manage to share what their challenges are as individual municipalities. But overall, these are some of the municipalities where we did have instances where money was not spent. When you see Mopani, it may not necessarily talk to Mopani as a municipality, because on this MIG, all municipalities are allocated, not only the Water Service Authority. So it may be within Mopani, some of the local municipalities that did not spend the money, and not necessarily the district municipality. Because I know that we have Capricorn, it may not be the Capricorn municipality, but it may be 1 or 2 of their local municipalities that is actually painting this kind of a picture. Now, continuing with the support, we have structures that we have put in place, and we are collaborating even with external or private structures. We continue on a quarterly basis. Ourselves, Treasury, Office of the Premier, Department of Water and Sanitation within the province, we make sure that municipalities account where there are challenges. And in some instances, we even force them to come up with turnaround plans to actually indicate how are they going to recover the lost ground or the lost time. And we have conducted quite a number of assessments. We were assisted by GTEC from National Treasury, where we were assessing the capacity of the municipality to be able to deliver in terms of the basic services, and we will talk to those issues. We continue to engage in various IGR structures to make sure that money is spent, and the MEC does actually hold the mayors accountable whenever he receives a report that says this municipality is not spending and we are convinced it will not spend. We have assessed their turnaround time and a turnaround plan or recovery plan. to show that they will be able to actually gain traction in terms of spending money, and we're still not convinced. They do receive letters from the MEC that would request them to indicate how best are they going to spend the money, and they are held accountable, including the Premier. I'm sure my colleague will talk to that, where the Premier does have an IGR forum, and the mayors are held accountable when they have not spent the money, even when there are early warnings that they will not be spending the money. This is where I was talking about the structures that we have put in place. Provincial Treasury, they continue to engage with municipalities, and the focus is on procurement. And because now there are instances where we pick up non-compliance, as I indicated, we make sure that they comply, but where there are issues of non-compliance, Treasury does come in to make sure that there is compliance, because you do find instances where municipalities' projects are not moving. In some instances, they are stalled as a result of litigations that emanate from issues of procurement, and this is what Treasury is trying to assist to deal with those issues. GTEC has they've concluded their needs or gap analysis in the municipalities for them to be able to render the basic services. They have identified gaps, and they were given a go-ahead, and they have actually provided the necessary training in as far as the SCM and infrastructure components in municipalities are concerned. They've concluded our agreement with GTEC through our provincial treasury came to an end this year, end of March. And they have also provided capacity to our colleagues in the department for us to be able to continue to provide the necessary support and conduct assessment as we move along. But one other thing that one has to actually put up front in as far as municipalities are concerned, we are not able to retain municipalities, and in some instances, Commissioner, pardon me, I will say we because I see myself as part of them. We are not able to retain the senior managers in critical positions. They move around a lot, and that is as a result of various or differentiated gradings of municipalities. So we appoint one here today with the necessary capacity, and as they start moving or making progress and putting systems in place, another municipality that is graded differently or higher than where I am, advertise the same post, and I move to the next one. Now they have to start all over again, looking for a person and starting with the appointment. Money is not waiting for them, connection is not waiting for them, work is not waiting for them, and money gets sent back because it has not been spent, because they've lost the capacity that was there at some point in time. We also work together with MISA, that is responsible for municipal infrastructure, and from time to time where there are serious challenges in terms of infrastructure, they deploy their engineers to provide the necessary technical support, and we've done that in the municipalities that we have highlighted, and in some instances they are still in those municipalities to make sure own timelines and around time in terms of approval. So we're hoping that very soon they would conclude this process, and we will see this work taking off the ground. And once this is done, then at least we know, municipalities will know exactly what is it that they're sitting with, how can they be able to provide water to communities. Now, there was funding that was also granted, and this was actually looking at COVID-related projects when COVID started. And most of them were actually focusing on quick wins, and the focus was merely on boreholes. But they have serious challenges with boreholes. Some have old boreholes, and they didn't have money to actually rehabilitate those boreholes. Some have boreholes that were constructed but were never energized because of ESCOM, and we've had quite a number of, because we also play a coordination role, we had quite a number of engagements with municipalities and ESCOM where we were trying to find an amicable solution for ESCOM to be able to energize these boreholes. But the challenge that they are faced with is theft. You put a borehole today, tomorrow it's gone. So some were even talking about a possibility of a different energy system. Some were talking about solar. We're saying if a borehole can disappear in less than a month after it has been installed, a solar will disappear in less than 3 hours after it has been installed. So theft is also a serious challenge when it comes to our infrastructure. We have received quite a number of complaints. I'm not sure, Commissioner, if those were forwarded to your office, where some were coming from, I think quite a number of them were coming from members of the legislature, from the opposition party representing communities in various areas within the province. One was talking to issues that are taking place in Mogalakwena, and as and when complaints are received, they are forwarded to those particular municipalities. And once a response is received, then it is forwarded to the complainant. Unless there are instances where we are not happy, then we would send it back to the municipality for additional information or proper response. So there's quite a number of them. Mudimule Mokopo was one typical example. There was one that was talking to Pulukane and surroundings, and there was also one that was talking to Mogalakwena. And those municipalities did respond, and the complainants were actually favored with copies of those responses directly from the municipalities. The efficacy of water services within the municipalities, by now you are aware that we have 10 instead of 5, because in most areas it's district municipalities. As I indicated, that as a province we have a peculiar situation where it's district plus the local municipalities, particularly in Waterberg. And I do want to indicate that the municipalities are actually properly wired to be able to render the services. Wired in the sense that they do have structures within the municipalities that are dedicated for infrastructure and that also focus on water provisioning. But you also have officials that are appointed there that have the necessary skill to be able to deliver on what is expected of them. But one of the challenges, as I indicated, is issues of maintenance. They don't have enough money to maintain the existing infrastructure, but also because the demand is huge in terms of the new infrastructure. So in some instances, they compromise maintenance of the old one and try and roll out infrastructure for the new projects. And the other instance is where I indicated that some officials do leave the municipality as soon as they get there. Chair, I think I'm done in terms of the matters that were raised directly with the department, and I hope I've covered all of them. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you also for sticking to the allocated time. We appreciate that. You may now take your seat. We will switch on the line. As indicated, Menaka, the panel will now have equal amount of time to engage on your presentation. I will begin with Dr. Carter on my left and move to the provincial manager on my right. Before I hand over to Dr. Carter, who is the Senior Legal Officer in the South African Human Rights Office, could we get an indication from you how long you've been the HOD of this department?
Since 2017, February.
2017. And were you in the department before?
No.
No. Over to you, Dr. Carter.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us here today. Have you had an opportunity to possibly touch base with whomever presented here the past few days on what was presented before the Commission? There's been several municipalities who've presented here today. I'm just asking, do you know what has been said here? No, just from it, I'm just asking, or none?
Yes, I did. That was the MM for the municipality. When I called her, I think a day before she appeared, we were actually, because we want to do bulk infrastructure for them around Makado. So she said she can't attend to what I'm requesting because they are preparing to appear. And the following day I asked her, how did it go? And she said, no, it went well, it wasn't bad.
Okay. All right. Ma'am, we've had a few days of quite intense deliberations with municipalities. And I think the Commissioner made an introduction this morning, and you were not here to hear it, but which indicated that it is not an issue of water resources, it is an issue of maladministration possibly, and getting the water to the people. And we've had a few days now of listening to very nice presentations, but when we dig a bit deeper, it becomes very clear that municipalities are failing the people in the communities. Now, I'm going to zone into just one or two aspects specifically for your department. And we've seen the MIG grant, and that has come up a few times now in the past few days about the quote that municipalities give us is there's not enough money. Not enough money. But when we go closer and deeper into the money, it is either that municipalities are failing to apply for the money, doing the right checks and balances to gain access to the money, or spending the money on matters that might not necessarily be basic services. So my first question to you, and I want to read to you what the presentation of the Department of Water and Sanitation said, because they very particularly said that you have, the Limpopo Department of Coxta has overall responsibility for all affairs of local government, including coordination of water services within water service authorities. So that is quite a big claim to make, that as the department you have overall responsibility. But what we've seen here now between local government, between provincial government, between mayors and MMs is a lot of blame shifting. To say, no, this one has this responsibility, it's not mine. This one has this responsibility, and that was quite clear from the presentation of the Waterberg District Municipalities Mayor and MM. No, only MM, apologies, it was only the MM that appeared. To say that our hands are clean because we only play an oversight role, a coordinating role, which in essence came through very strongly that they either had no teeth or no wool. Because people on the ground, and I hear that you've said, Mokgalakwena, you've received complaints. And I'm unfortunately also not very impressed with the fact that a postbox role is undertaken by the department, sending letters from one to the other. Where in your own presentation you've said that you won't know what the issues are unless you go to the ground and check on what these municipalities are in fact doing with the money that you are giving them. That's from your presentation. So now I've given you a lot of sentences now I want to take the golden thread through this. It seems like you have a big responsibility in terms of oversight. MIG, it's looking okay. We've seen now the numbers are looking okay in terms of spending. But the Water Services Infrastructure Grant the spending rate is in a dismal position. And if I can just give you a quick overview of where we are currently this year. The expenditure performance of this year, and we are now in the third quarter. Lephalale 18%, Sekhukhune 0%, Tabazimbi 26%. Morimole is sitting at 52, that's okay. So in overall, for the WISIG grants, we are sitting at a 22% expenditure. But then municipalities come to us to say we don't have money. Last year, National Parliament issued a statement to say they are appalled by the fact that several municipalities have not spent a cent on the WISIG grants. And that was during COVID, where people had a dire need for water and infrastructure and emergency services. They did not spend 1 cent. It was, I think it was a number of 5 or 6 municipalities back there. So again, when people come to us to say we don't have money, that cannot be true. It can absolutely not be true. We had a municipality here yesterday who indicated that there are several households who make use of water tanking services and emergency access to water. When we asked them, do you have your own water tankers? They said they've got one. When we asked them now, did you apply for grant money to possibly be able to fortify this? They said no, they didn't. So it's difficult to go back to communities to say that, you know, there's no money when we don't apply for the money and we don't follow the correct procedures to apply for the money. And administratively, we are making a failure out of something that is a basic human right. Okay, so please don't see that as a speech, but it is a question. How do we get more teeth? Because yes, MIG are here, but remember the department is saying this is your overall responsibility, even when it comes to WISIG. How do we get more teeth to get the municipalities to do what they must do under the Constitution, under the Water Services Act, under so many pieces of legislation, under the principle of Ubuntu, Batupele? How do we get them to do that? Because they are not. They are definitely not. Then I'd like to take you to the audits. We only have one clean audit out of the whole of the province. What role are you playing as an oversight body to make sure that this cannot continue? And then to supplement that statement, last year, 249 million was used on consultants to complete, for municipalities to complete only the submissions of their audits to the Auditor General. And we got one clean audit. That is a disgrace. And then we come to the Commission to say we don't have money. You've indicated that there are capacity issues, I hear you. But you've also indicated that the machinery is there in municipalities. Now, what is the performance oversight that we have in respect of these people who we appoint, but then we hire consultants to do the jobs of people who have positions within the municipality? To give you one example, and so it's my first about the oversight, very clear oversight that we feel is not there, and the support that's needed in terms of expenditure so that the resources reach the communities that need them. My second is, why are we sitting with this auditing issue? What are we doing to improve on that? And then my third is just a quick one on, does COGSTA have any insight into the IDPs of the municipalities before it's adopted or throughout this process from a human rights baseline? Because municipalities will come to the Commission to say we don't have money. Number one, they're not applying correctly for the money. Number two, on the IDP there's budget for a 750,000 rand car for the mayor and a 750,000 rand car for the speaker. We have tennis courts that are being finalized. We have sports complexes that are being undertaken. Yes, we understand the different KPAs and the different mandates and departments, but from a human rights baseline, if people don't have water, we can't be driving.
The consequence of our system, we have chosen this system that people should serve for 5 years and then we change. Which means that, but the government does not cease to exist. Because you also indicated that we are engaging with people who are, maybe in the next year they will be gone. But the fact of the matter is that the government does not cease to exist because we are changing accounting officers. The government will continue to exist. Even if we change Victor, the Human Rights Commission will continue to exist. So our planning are not around an individual who's occupied the position. Our planning is around the institution called local government. The planning should be around the vision of the organization itself. Your planning should be around the vision of the government. What is that the government want to achieve? Whether through Victor or whoever, it doesn't matter, but even if Victor can be removed, the government must continue to exist and provide water. People do not stop drinking water because the government is going for elections and we have to get another one. It does not work that way. But what I want to appeal to you, I think it is important, and I've seen your presentation also. Somewhere, somehow I can say there are a lot of abbreviation that an ordinary person who's listening to you from the rural area doesn't know what is this GCC, GTEC, MISA, all those abbreviations. And doing not distancing, I'm just giving this as an example. By using this abbreviation, more especially when we are interacting with public, like in this public hearing, we are leaving people who are listening to us out of this discussion. And it's not everyone, I can understand you, but somebody sitting there when you are saying GG and MIG and all those things, all those GGs, people want to know, what is that? And if this is what we present when we do our outreach, it means that we should not be surprised when even after a presentation, our people will go to the street because we were talking about GTEC, GGC, all those things. People do not notice that they remain lost. So maybe we should look at that also. But my concern is that I'm listening. I feel like I'm listening to the department that have given up, with given the responsibility that they cannot execute. For example, providing support. Support is there, you provide support, nothing's happening, you don't know what to do. So I think that is the feeling that I'm getting. You know the problem. I can say, if you can be given the powers to fire people from the municipality, I think you know people that you can fire now. You know them. You have them in your mind that this one, I was going to remove the municipality manager here. So, but because of the system, you don't have those powers. So maybe we should look at the powers that you have when you are playing your supporting role. Thank you. Maybe you can just comment.
Thanks. Pierre, over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do want to apologize for what the provincial manager is pointing out. Yes, it's a fact actually. That was a serious oversight in terms of using the acronyms or abbreviations. I sincerely apologize. And maybe you're right that we are so used to this language that we actually lose the intended beneficiaries of this information. And maybe that's why there is less interest in participating because then we speak the language that they don't understand. Everything is just about them. I think it's a serious eye-opener, and I apologize for the oversight. Commissioner, I think I quite understand the frustration that is raised by the provincial manager, and to a large extent, I do share the same sentiments in terms of provision of basic services, and I think in this instance we're referring to water, because all our people want to see, let me not say our people, I'm not there. All the citizens want to see.
It's your people. They are your people.
No, there are other people who call them our people. I'm an official. I call them the citizens. All the citizens want to see is water. They want to touch and they want to see light in terms of electricity and all that. And I'm sure it's frustrating to listen to processes and planning and everything. And citizens don't know anything about what happens in the back office. And what we're sharing here is the frustration of the back office, which is a fact, Victor, because if planning didn't go into place in terms of you coming here, a lot of things would have gone wrong. You wouldn't be sitting here running this. But the citizens don't know how much work went into planning and preparations for you to be here. They only know that you are here today, you are engaging with them, and that's basically what is happening. And all they want to see is immediately tomorrow wake up and have water. But before there's water, there are processes that are being messed up from generating revenue. Because municipalities don't generate enough revenue, then they are dependent on the grants that they receive. And there's not enough to actually use with the grant that they receive, and their shortfalls. Yes, if they're doing enough in terms of what they have and procure on time, that's when you will then realize the actual gap, to say there is a gap. They've received the money, they've spent the money, and I think if you look at the report and zoom into those municipalities where they're able to spend 100% of the money, you'll see that they also have challenges with other projects, because they've spent the money, they've planned, they've spent the money, they've rendered services, but they can't deliver on everything that they have actually committed on the IDP because they don't have enough money. So it's not a blanket statement for all the municipalities. Other municipalities, they can do better in terms of their planning and procurement. But other municipalities that are doing better in terms of spending on their projects, then that's where you can see that there's a challenge in terms of insufficient funding. I'm not sure if my colleague, through you, Commissioner, and I'm reading your body language, and I can see that you're frustrated by what I've just raised, but it's fine. I'll ask my colleagues, probably he will provide the details, and I'm sure your body language will be different.
Because we don't have time, I will maybe reserve the input by your colleague, Ms. Ngaka. We already have gone way over your time. Our problem, quite clearly, is humans and what they do in the positions with the responsibility that they've been given. Our continent is the source of some of the earliest technologies in this world. Some of the earliest civilizations in this world. In this province, we have Mabungubu, which testifies to those early civilizations and intelligence. Colonialism depended on the labor of Africans. So it's quite clear that we've got the gifts and the abilities, but we are not using them for many various reasons. Currently, it's clear that a big chunk of the contributor to the perpetuation of the problems that we have is a lack of consequence management. Now, when you speak to the problem of planning, that municipalities will be given money, and because sent back with then implications for processes of procurement, paying service providers, and so forth. What we are not hearing is then what becomes of that? Who manages those consequences? How are they managed? And what would be your responsibility and role as COGSTA in that process? in light of your own mandate. Somebody needs to be held accountable. It can't be that we point to the problem and leave it there. Who is responsible for changing the status quo? Because the reason that they repeat is because they know that the problem can be pointed to, but nothing will happen. And this then, Mengaka, is related to a question I had for you with regards, you mentioned this problem of municipal managers and other senior managers leaving office after a year and moving about. And you made the example that we might need to come back here in 6 months because there will be a new cohort. What, in your view and your experience, can be done to circumvent this problem? Because surely something can be done about it. So could you draw from your own resources, intellectual, creative resources, in assisting us to think about what it is that can be done about this? In addition to that, because we don't have time, in responding to my input, I'd like you then to just offer us, from your view, what you think, having identified clearly the challenges, where do you see the opportunities for a, I want to say radical transformation, but I don't want to use the term because but that's what I mean. Because we do need some form of radical change. So please draw from your own resources in assisting us to begin to identify where the opportunities are for change. What needs to be done? What resources do we need? Material and immaterial resources. And with that response, could you indicate what you think a possible collaboration or partnership between yourself and the Commission could be in addressing some of the existing challenges, so that we don't, our focus should not, as you say, correctly so, on the planning and the backroom issues. We need communities to feel water running through their hands. How do we get there, and what do we need to get there? Because certainly it's possible. And with that, then you will offer us your closing remarks.
Thank you, Commissioner. You are spot on lack of consequence management. Maybe lack means the absence. Maybe insufficient would be correct, because you do have instances where there is consequence management. And I think where there is culture of impunity, then you do have these challenges. So there is a need to intensify that consequence management. And I think because of the nature of the role of the department and at a provincial level, provinces have to be afforded space. Whether we have to change the prescripts or not, you will see that in some provinces you end up seeing MECs fighting with municipalities and taking each other to court because of issues of consequence management, because then they don't have any other prescripts that empowers them to enforce municipalities on consequence management, and that has to be changed. So we don't have to fight and take each other to court to make sure that you actually hold people accountable. So there has to be some kind of prescripts that empower the executives at provincial level to actually make sure that that happens. That will assist a lot. And I think it touches on who's responsible for changing the status quo, so I'm trying to look at that. But also to take the point further, we have made an attempt in the province, and unfortunately, it's an input that we made to national. The issue of municipal managers and executive managers reporting to them living at a particular point is a challenge. There is nothing wrong with an accounting officer who has signed for a contract of a fixed period, and when that time comes, then they leave. But there is something fundamentally wrong with the accounting officer and the executive that reports to him or her living at the same time. And this comes to what the provincial manager is saying. Plans are in place and everything, but people are gone. And that becomes a challenge. So what we have, the input that we have made to try and change the status quo, we were saying, let all the managers that are reporting to executive MMs, or let me not use an abbreviation, municipal managers, be permanently appointed. So that then at least you have stability at administrative level when the time comes for change. So you only have people at a particular layer that are leaving, but the institutional memory remains. But when you have all of them living at the same time, there's no way that there will be stability. You are not going to be stable for a particular period. And when you start stabilizing, the term is coming to an end. And then there has to be elections again and all that. So that has to change. But also the grading of municipalities, and I know I'm stepping on a different terrain here. The grading of the municipalities is what is actually causing this movement from one municipality to the other. Because at the end of the day, much as I have the necessary skill, and I do want to sell my skill to you, but if there is a highest bidder, I will go to the highest bidder. And that has to be regulated properly. Otherwise, we're going to continue seeing people jumping from one area to the other. The collaboration
that we want to work together in solving these issues. But if then we are unable to work together, we must then enforce our power in accordance with enabling legislation. Where we are is to say we sincerely agree that we must work together to make the changes. And certainly changes are possible. Changes are possible. So with that, we'd like to thank you. We'd like to encourage you to keep working as you do, but to not stop there, to just take it a notch or two up. Thank you very much. This is not the end of our engagements. There could be follow-up questions that the panel has to you in writing in the process of the development of our report. But for now, time is now 11:10, and we are officially dismissed. Thank you so much. Yes.
Old section of water treatment is completed. Water desalination plant in Rapotokwane is practically completed, and 2 megaliter water practical completion. Supply and installation of new and faulty water meter is completed. Refurbishment of Varamba Dam, construction is at 92% completed.
Thank you also for speaking to time, Mr. Ngobeni. I appreciate it. You may take off your mask when you speak. I just didn't want to disturb you when you were speaking.
But I think I was denied the light because I was struggling. When I'm back, you switch on this, I was struggling to read.
Oh, I understand. It was for the, yes, for the projection. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
Okay. We will now have a similar amount of time, Mr. Ngobeni, to engage you as the panel. I will begin on my left with Dr. Kata, who is the Senior Legal Officer, and move to the Provincial Manager on my right. Over to you, Dr. Kata.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, sir. I'm not going to be that long. In fact, from the assessment, from your IDB, from your presentation, from information that we've received from other departments, it isn't going that bad. But I don't want to say in comparison to others. So let that not be the baseline. Because there's certainly a lot of room for improvement still, especially when I look at the AGSA's report that you had a qualified audit with findings, which means there's some monies that are not being spent appropriately that can actually be used for, like you've indicated, for the almost 4,000 households who currently don't have suitable access to water. Now, in respect of that, my first question to you is, you've indicated to those 4,000 households there's water tankering that's taking place. Does the municipality own its own water tankers? And if so, how many? And if not, why not? My second comment is in respect of your WISIG grants. It looks like you are consistently just below 100% usage. It looks like it's around 80% every year. Is there movement from the municipality to make use of 100% of this WISIG grants? And how do you intend to improve on this? Because our understanding is that if there's no usage of, if there's not usage of the 100%, the monies are taken back. And that clearly affects the communities on the ground. So just in respect of this financial year, I think you are at 80% of your WISIG grant, which is not bad. But is there at least movement? Can you commit to the Commission that there will be 100% spending of this grant for this year? Then I think for now, in the interest of time, that would be my questions to you. I would, however, just like you to underscore the challenges that you are currently experiencing in providing access to suitable water for all of your communities. What are the challenges? I'm not sure whether you got to challenges. You did, at the beginning. Did I miss? Excuse. Because you ended with the slide, so usually we expect the conclusion with what can be done. But in respect of your challenges, I think I'll just check, make sure. We probably had it. You sent it yesterday? Yes. Let me just forward it again. So, in respect of challenges that you are experiencing, what are the solutions that you can come to the fore with, that you've learned from your experience, which you think can creatively address the plight of a lack of access to sufficient water within your communities? And in respect of support, Do you feel that the district is providing you with sufficient support? Do you feel that the Department of Water Affairs is providing you with sufficient support, as well as COGTA? You heard what they were saying here today. So those are my comments for you. Like I say, there's definitely a lot of room for improvement, but you're definitely not at the bottom of the barrel. So that's something to praise as well. So that's mine. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thanks. Dr. Kata, over to you. Perhaps maybe because Dr. Kata didn't have too many questions for you, in the interest of time, I'll ask the provincial manager to quickly come in and then you can address all of the questions at once.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just start by asking a direct question. Do you know a community called Savannah? You know the community? Are you aware that you're not providing services to them? And why that is not forming part of your presentation? Because have you ever received complaint from them regarding the services? Yes, it has been received. But you're not reporting that to us. Don't you think it's important, because we're talking about the issues here that affect our people, my special water. They complain to you, you are not addressing the problem, you decided not even to share that with us. So why? Should we take your report as a true reflection of what is happening on the ground? So maybe you should give us update and your plan on what you're going to do. I'm going to stop there.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and Dr. Kata, and also Mr. Mavidura. Let me respond to the questions that have been raised. The first question that you raised was the issue of the water tanker. If the municipality do have water tankers, or we are renting the water tankers. So let me respond by saying that we do have a water tanker that belongs to the municipality. We are not renting any. So the second question was with regard to our WISIC grant. You requested us to respond on why are we always at 88% or plus or minus 88% expenditure. Let me indicate that we usually spend 88% because of the additional grant that we're receiving from COGTA. What is actually happening every year when we spend, during mid-year when there's an assessment, COGTA decides as to whether this municipality that is actually spending well can then be given the additional funding. So we usually receive additional funding which affect our current expenditure. So then by the time the year ends, you find that with the additional funding that we have received, and then it has affected our expenditure. For an example, in the previous financial year, we received 10 million as an additional funding, which had an impact on the percentage that we have reported on in terms of the total expenditure on received by the end of the financial year. So that is basically the reason why you find that we are spending almost 88%, and we are really planning to spend the entire amount that is allocated to us. We just received the approval of the rollover that was made in the previous financial year with regard to the additional funding and the total amount that was allocated to the municipality. With regard to the support that we're receiving from the sector departments, which is DWS, COGTA, and the district, let me indicate that the local municipality is actually receiving a great support, especially from the DWS and also from COGTA. With regard to the district, yes, if we do have challenges, we indicate to them. However, them not being the water service authority, it becomes difficult for them to provide the technical support or financial support because they do not have funds allocated for the, for water provision. So that is our situation. With regard to the Savannah matter that has been raised by Mr. Mabidura, let me indicate that we know about Savannah. There are issues that have been raised by the Savannah community, but in our investigation, we have realized that that area is an informal settlement. It's in the borderline of Mpumalanga and Limpopo. So it is not yet clear as to whether that commission, the illegal settlement is in our area or not. But however, as a municipality, because we understood that this is one of the basic needs that these people may be requesting from the municipality, we have investigated only to find that there is that particular area, it's in a private land.
Please keep the mic close to your mouth at all times.
Called I don't know if I've
Acting MM, please keep the mic close to your mouth at all times.
Okay, thank you. So that's basically that. And there is a court order against those occupants of that area. So the issue is still not yet resolved. Hence, the municipality is unable to provide services to that informal settlement. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure that the issue is about them being the area being in the border of Mpumalanga and Limpopo. Yes. But I think really we can't stop providing service because this area is in Mpumalanga or Limpopo thing. But you are the government. If you know who should provide service, approach your counterpart to provide service to those people and maybe build those ones who are supposed to provide that services. So we don't stop providing service. Then coming to the issue of the court order. Does the court order say to you, you must not provide water to those people? I'm saying that because we have so many informal settlements in our country. I don't promote land grabbing. I don't promote people settling illegally. But the fact of the matter is that if we have human beings, while people are still resolving their legal issues, those people deserve to get services. They are human beings, they've got human rights. They deserve to. It's like somebody entering this country illegally, knowing that this person is illegal in the country. We can't stop providing medication if that person is sick. We can't stop providing food if that person is sick. But knowing exactly that that person is illegal. So the processing of that person to be deported to the home country will come maybe after 10, maybe even after 2 years or 3 years. But our responsibility will be to provide service in the meantime. Those people do not have service. If you are providing water to them, you are not legalizing their stay. Provision of water can be made through tankering, but they deserve to have service. So if they can be evicted tomorrow or day after tomorrow, it's fine, you stop providing service. But now because they are human beings, we can't stop providing basic human rights. So I'm not sure, I just want to know from you. I'm saying this because we have so many illegal occupants. But people are getting those basic services from the municipalities, relevant authorities. So can you tell us what should happen? Should we just ignore them?
No, I think, Commissioner, you are raising a very important point to say people need basic service. And maybe what we are going to do, because initially what is happening in that land is a borehole where, as we speak, even when we are not taking water there, That's where they are able to get water. So what we are going to do as the municipality, because you know what you are raising is important, we'll make sure that we avail a tankering so that they can get water to augment to what they are getting there. Because initially, the owner, they also took us to court to say the municipality must refrain from doing service and stuff there. So that matter, even when we speak to you, is still before court. But I think on the issue of water, because not to say there are not this no, there is water that they are getting from the board, which is not provided by the municipality. But the municipality, what will simply do to augment what they are giving there, will make sure there is it's also there normally the one that we instill, and daily with our truck will go and deliver water.
So when can you start doing that?
When we go to the office by next week, we can start.
Why next week? I mean, those people have not been having water. They complain to our office. And we are here today, at least we are going to...
No, what we can simply do, as I live here, because we've got the truck with water, it will just go there.
Today?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for coming.
Just for clarity, is there a Jojo tank there already? Is there a Jojo tank there already?
There was normally during the COVID, the department built a Jojo tank. They vandalized that tank. It's not, working anymore. Not to say it was not there. The department during the time when they were rolling out the Jojo tank, they put a tank because normally in that, Commissioner, if you can allow me, in that area, most of the people are not staying there. People who are mostly there, they only, erect the shack. Maybe they thought the department or anyone will build the RDP. That's when they will come and occupy. Normally when you go there, you won't find people because it's next to one of the area. It's like myself, because when I see there's a settlement where the people are squatting, I put a shack. I put a shack with the hope that when they build the RDP, then I'll get an RDP. So once with the department put a Jojo tank there, then they vandalize it. But what we are going to do, we are going to make sure that because we've got a truck, it will go and deliver water temporarily. So as and when we think of, putting another Jojo, because once you put it there, it also needs security. People will look after that tank. Thank you.
So you are committing that today your tanker will deliver water to the community. In addition to that, you will fix the Jojo tank that is currently there but vandalized, and you will also then attend to the issue of securing the Jojo tank so that you don't come back the next time to deliver water into the tank and it's vandalized.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The provincial manager has made a note of this. We will then request you, Mr. Ngobeni, that following the delivery of water today, please communicate with the provincial manager to indicate that that has been done. Following that, within 7 days, could you kindly also, acting MM, you will make a note of this as well, indicate to the commission in writing the plan with time frames for the then fixing of that existing Jojo tank. Thank you very much, Mr. Ngobeni, we appreciate that. Now I'm going to ask you, having made this commitment, to finish this hearing with any other communities that you may be able to deliver water on an urgent basis that do not currently have water within your jurisdiction. And in responding to that, I will offer you, because our time with you is up, then the opportunity to offer us your closing remarks.
Yeah, no, thanks, Commissioner. I think The only area or the settlement that where there was no water, it was only this, what we call savannah. But in all the areas, normally, every day in a week, even when we've got this communal tank, the track also goes there. So where we are seated, it was only savannah, where our truck was not going there. Yes.
Thank you very much. You did not indicate to us how often you are going to deliver water to Savannah. And I'm asking this question because we don't want a situation where you deliver the water today and then that becomes the end of it. So could you kindly indicate to us the sequence with which you are going to deliver the water in Savannah?
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me indicate that we had a schedule on how are we delivering water to other informal settlements where they don't have water. So having that table, it will then mean that from today we'll have to go and incorporate Savannah because they were access. So how do we then accommodate them in the schedule? But we'll give them water as normal, just like in any other settlements.
That's okay. Acting MM, I see your provincial manager. I'll give you the opportunity. Could you then indicate to us further, according to the schedule, Mr. Ngoben is saying that all communities get water once a day. So according to your schedule, is this correct? Are all of the communities getting water once a day?
Yes.
In that case then, what do you mean when I ask what the sequence is going to be for this municipality? What do you mean then that you must go back and look at the schedule and incorporate that into the schedule?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. What I mean is that, let's say we're giving finger groundwater once in a day. It means we'll have to go and look at the schedule of the number of settlements that we're providing water to. Then we add Savannah on that list. So if the other ones are getting water once per day, it means that Savannah will also have to be privy to that kind of an opportunity of getting water, just like in other settlements.
Then in that case, why are you saying you will have to go back to look at the schedule? You already know that the other settlements are getting water once a day and therefore Savannah will also have to similarly get water once a day. So what do you mean you will have to go back and plan this?
Maybe, Commissioner, in addition, normally how we do this thing, like in Coppervide, normally the truck will go and fill it. It takes sometimes 2 days to, then we go back. Normally what we do, there's somebody who will tell us the Jojo tank there's no more water. That's how we do. But for Savannah, because there's no Jojo tank, if it was like other squatter camp, because normally we go and fill the tank. So every time that's how we do. But we make sure per day we identify to say let's go and fill 3 Jojo tanks, and the other day we'll go and fill the 3 Jojo tanks. Then the whole squatter camp are covered. So we're going to include what we call Savannah, because also taking into consideration that normally sometimes it happens there's a break, pipe burst in town. The very same truck will have to, it depends on road. That's how we are working. We'll have to, shift and give those ones water.
Commissioner, if I'm to add on what the Honorable Mayor has already indicated,
Close up the mic again.
We should also take into account that Savannah is a little bit far from Villa. So hence we're saying that we need to look at our schedule and incorporate them on our schedule. And we will make sure that they get the water, just like in any other squatter settlement.
Thanks, Acting MM, and thank you to the Mayor. I'm then going to request that today the water be delivered and every day until you finish the commission with a schedule that commits you in writing to then how often you commit to delivering the water in accordance with your available resources. Until that is finished in writing to the Commission, can you, Mr. Ngobeni and yourself, Acting MM, be in a position to deliver through your tanker water every day to Savannah?
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Ngobeni, the Program Director will assist you with the microphone. It could be the battery.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. Maybe what you must just put forward before yourself is that we'll make sure there's water at Savannah. Like we have said, to say we are going to incorporate them in our schedule, because you see, we must also look at the issue of the budget constraint, because those are some of the factors, that we will take them into consideration. But perhaps what you are going to write to yourself will also indicate to say what, how are we going to manage it. But to say, well, as today we are going to provide them with water, immediately maybe what we can simply do, because for us to travel there every day, it might be a challenge. We'll prioritize the issue of the Zozo tank so that we go and instill there, so that we can, maybe let's say we fill it once or twice per week. Then that will also save the cost for the municipality. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ngobeni. I'm now going to give over to the Provincial Manager for follow-up to this.
Yeah, thank you. You are confusing me now. I'm confused because initially the reason was about the ownership of the land, that they are staying in somebody's property. Then there was a court processes that is in place and all those things. Now you went back to the issue of you have not budgeted. Those people do not form part of your budget. You have not budgeted them for them to receive water. Because if you are going to look at your budget, you are telling us that you don't have budget for them. And those people are under your jurisdiction. So it is very confusing to me while I'm sitting here that you are changing, you are shifting the goalposts. You understand? That is what is happening here. Can we get a clear commitment? And thank you, Chairperson, for digging further on this, because my understanding was that they are going to deliver water today. Yes. So now it's no longer about delivering water, it's about budget. It was about the border, being in the border between Mpumalanga and what is the reason why you're not providing service? Maybe let us start there, because you are confusing the whole response that you have provided to me.
Okay. No, thanks, Commissioner. Maybe our answers informed by, the agreement that we are having, because, we started and dealt with the issue of Savannah, which we were in agreement. Then you move further to say, because those people want to work. Because our discussion first, when we started, we spoke about the issue of the ownership, who's the owner, and we clarified those things. And then what we said, it does not stop us from giving water. Then we agreed to say, from now on, despite the issue of the court challenge, despite the other issue that might be there, as the municipality, from today, we are going to make sure that there is water in Savannah. Before you come in, let me allow also the MM to just say something.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and the Provincial Manager, Mr. Maridu.
What we are saying here, we're not actually confusing the answers that we're giving. It is unfortunately that in whatever that we're doing as local government, we need to have budget. So there's no way that we will talk to providing of services without taking into account the budget constraint or the budget that we have. Savannah was not part of our budgeting. Hence, we're saying that as much as they are not part of our budget, and you are saying that we should provide services to them. We will go and do that.
Please speak to the microphone.
We will go and give them the services as you are requesting us to do. But that does not mean that we would give them without using our budget. That is something that needs to be registered, that we need budget to do that. So on the little that we currently have, we're going to include them in our services. We'll try to provide the services to them as you are requesting us to do. There's no confusion in what we are saying. What we are saying is that there's no clear confirmation or ephemeral confirmation that Savannah is under a local municipality. That we don't have from the demarcation board. And that is something that has been discussed in one of our meetings to say that the Honorable Mayor will have to start engaging other offices that are relevant with regard to the confirmation that we need to know that Savannah is in our jurisdiction, so that even when we do our planning, we should then include them in our planning. That is the truth. There's no. We have situations where we sometimes fail to provide the services. It's because we don't have money. As much as we want to give services, the fact that budget is a challenge. It cannot be ignored. And we must take into account, Chair, that these are the people that they do not even have accounts with the municipality. So we are not making any income from them. And it is difficult for us currently to provide services in some areas. And we are saying that we're going to include them. So there's nothing that is confusing here. The answer is yes. Based on your request, we'll go back and include them in our schedule to provide them with the water that they are requesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are saying something that maybe I'm not interested to hear that, because our people are our people. They don't have to exist because they have a account with the municipality. I'm talking about human beings who are without water. And I'm talking about people who lodge a complaint against you as a municipality. You have all those information, you have all the time with you to verify where they belong, and also inform the authority that was supposed to provide water to them. You didn't do your part. Now they've lodged that complaint against your municipality, you as the acting MM, that you were supposed to provide them with water. We are not here to investigate or to call the demarcation board to find out who is falling where and how. That's not our responsibility. We are saying to you, they want water. You go and investigate. And it's not correct also to tell us that there's no money. The Department of Water and Sanitation yesterday was here, saying that they are even understanding, because you as the municipality, you don't apply for grant or you don't submit your application on time. That's why the department in Limpopo is shocking that we are underspending, hence our people do not have water. Money is there. We don't want any municipality to come here and tell us that there's no money, whereas the Department of Water and Sanitation was here telling us that there is a lot of money. What they want is just for you to make proper application and get money. So we are not going to discuss the budget with you. It's not for the Human Rights Commission. It's for the government. Go and tell your government to say that you need money to provide service. We are not going to provide you with this with budget as the Human Rights Commission. It's your responsibility, Mayor, to make sure that you make resources available. The Constitution does not give a condition as to when you provide, especially with regard to water. When there is a right that qualifies, that can be a second generation of right or second, or second or third. But with regard to water, it's a basic needs. We can't be without water. Your commitment was fine. I think we don't have to change everything. Our people need water. Let us have the aspiration of our people at heart when we provide service. So that's how we should move.
Yeah. No, I think, Commissioner, we agreed. I think how we have agreed to say we'll make sure we avail water and we'll finish with the report. I think That's our point of departure. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Kata has a follow-up question.
Just the last comment, and I think that's just very important for the proceedings of the past few days as well. Because we are live, a lot of members of the public are able to follow us from where they are. Now, we do have a follower who's indicated that the desalination plant in Rapotokwane is not complete. And then also that there is no schedule for Savannah, but we've now exhausted the Savannah topic, I think. So I'm not sure if you just want to clarify the desalination. The person's also saying he is lying, but we don't need to repeat all of those comments. But this is just a comment, and remember that allows the members of the public to engage with the commission and also engage with the municipality. So we respect that as well.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kata. To respond to that question, I think this is one of the information that has been included in our presentation. We indicated that we do have that plant at Rapotokwane, which is not yet complete. And I think it's one of the information that was included in the slide that we were talking about, the project that we have against the municipality. So if it is not yet completed, obviously it cannot work. So we then have to finalize the completion of that plant so that we then get what is this, ESCOM to energize the transformers for the plant to be to be finalized and so that we can start to use it. So currently it is true that we are not yet finished with the process of energizing it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ngobeni, as well as yourself, Acting MM. We have now come to the end of our time with you. Just to confirm, you will deliver water to Savannah today. You will ensure that there is a constant delivery of water to Savannah. Acting MM, you will go back and include this into your schedule, taking into consideration the other areas where you deliver. You will submit to the Commission your plan as to when you envisage to fix the Georgia tank in Savannah, and thereafter when the more constant delivery of water in that area is going to be. You shall finish this in writing to the Commission within a week, which means that by Friday, the 29th of October, by end of business day, the Commission should have this commitment in writing. Is that okay with you, Acting MM?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, Commissioner. That is clear. We will submit that report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. With that, then, we have come to the end of our time with you, but I will, Mr. Ngobeni, offer you just 2 minutes to offer us your closing remarks, if any.
Yeah, no, I thank you, Commissioner. I think the engagement with yourself is, just open our eyes, with regard also to the issue of Savannah, and I think it was also informative, also building, and those engagement, I think it's fair, because you see, it offer the community, to come and report to yourself. Those who cannot, talk for themselves, we are doing it exactly. And I think that should not be the last engagement. I think it should continue. And we will also make sure that we deliver on our promises. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngobeni. Certainly, as Dr. Kata indicated, we must give due praise where praise is due. Your municipality is doing a good job. It's quite clear that you are committed, and we are pleased to see you a young leader in the municipality. We are pleased with that. Our nation is hungry for young, dedicated, committed leadership that is competent. So with that, we'd like to acknowledge your leadership. We'd like to thank you. We wish you all the best in the upcoming elections and for your future, wherever you end up. This goes to yourself as well, acting MM, we are always pleased to see women at the helm of leadership, particularly in local government, which is incredibly patriarchal, or is an incredibly patriarchal space. We do wish you all the best. Our doors are always open. Please do engage with us where you think that the Commission could be useful in adding strength to the work that you do. We will certainly consider this as not the end of our engagement. If there are any follow-up questions, we shall furnish them to you in writing. If there are any gaps in the report that you provide to us next week Friday, we will also follow up in writing. But for now, you are officially dismissed. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Program Director.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner, Lepala local municipality is here. Allow me to call the Mayor Mayeko Jack and the MM Maria Kokut to come to the podium. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Program Director. As they come up, may I request that we take a 10-minute break. If anyone wants to fill up their coffee or tea or water, but certainly they must be back in 7 minutes so that the 3 minutes we use to settle down, and in 10 minutes we must be starting. And we will depend on yourself, Program Director, to ensure that we begin in 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. You are invited for tea and a leg stretch as the Lepala local municipality prepare to take their podium. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kindly settle so we are able to proceed. Our Lepala local municipality is already in the force, so I will request the mayor to take the podium. Commissioner, it's the mayor of the Lepala.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Mr. Mayor, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm fine.
We are well, Mr. Mayor. Will your delegation also be assisting you in giving evidence this morning?
Yes.
In that case,
I'm supporting officials.
the one supporting official is taking out all his eyes. Maybe he's not sure that he will be giving the evidence today. Then in that case, Mr. Mayor, I will ask your delegation to please stand next to you for the purpose of administering the oath. You will just move closest to the chair to make way for them, and they will join you. Thank you very much. Kindly state your full name, position, and institution for the record.
Thanks, Commissioner. Matumi William Motokwa, the Executive Committee members of Limpopo municipalities, but today here I'm acting on behalf of Mlokoa Mayeko from Limpopo municipality.
Good day, Commissioner. My name is Maria Kopai. I'm the Municipal Manager of Limpopo municipality.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Simon Ngwe, working for the Parallel Municipality attached to Water Division.
Thank you very much. Do any of you have any objections to taking the oath this morning?
No.
I do not have any objection in taking the oath.
No objection, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. In that case, kindly raise your right hands. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give this afternoon shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, kindly state, so help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. You are duly administered. You may take your seats and leave the acting mayor to make the presentation. Acting mayor, I see that you would like to say something. Before then I give you the time, please go ahead.
Thanks, Commissioner. I will request permissions from you that I request the official responsibles for the directorate to make presentations on behalf of the institution.
Mr. Acting Mayor, we are unable to do that. The presentation can only be made by the mayor or the acting mayor or the accounting officer in the form of the MM. So either yourself or the MM will make the presentation.
The MM will cover the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. MM, welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Will you please spell your surname for me, MM?
Kokite.
Please spell it.
C-O.
C-O.
C-Q.
C-Q.
U.
U.
Y-T.
Y-T. Kokite.
Yes.
What language is Kokite? MM.
It's foreign.
It's a foreign. What language is foreign?
French.
It's French. Yeah. I see. Kokite.
Yes.
It's a very unique surname, MM Kokite. MM, you have 25 minutes to offer us your presentation. The time is now 12:20 according to my time. The floor is yours.
And thank you very much. Perhaps I will try to, when the slides are flagged, I will also refer to, maybe just, if I may ask to leave the slides on so that I can refer to my notes as well, please. Thank you. Limpopo municipality is located in the maybe just to give the purpose of the presentation is to give an overview of the current situation regarding the water supply in the municipal area, to propose options regarding the further improvement in relation to planning, and also to highlight the challenges and how we are resolving trying our best to resolve the challenges currently. Our vision is to build a vibrant city and be the energy hub of Africa. And our mission is that we are committed to rural development, a provision of quality, sustainable and affordable financial viability and good governance, local economic development and job creation. In terms of location, it's bordering Tabazimbi, Mogalakwena, Limpopo, and that is where we are in the northwest, just on the border. We share the border with Botswana. And the next slide. Yeah, the settlement pattern is scattered. You have your three nodal points. The first one is the main town, where there's the seat of Lephalale Council. The second one is the 38 scattered rural settlement patterns. And then the third one is your Steenbokpan area, where we're proposing that it's going to be a mining area. So the reason why we're flagging that is that if we have a scattered settlement like that, it makes provision of bulk infrastructure services quite challenging, because rather than having a condensed compact town in node 1, you're making bulk infrastructure for provision of services in node 1. You move again to the same investment in nodal number 2, and again in nodal number 3. But we will highlight that as we move on. The next slide. Yeah, this is just where we are, and then that we are bordering the blowback, Modimolle, Mogalakwena, and Tabazimbi. The population is about 140,000. Yeah, Lephalale municipality is both a water services supplier as well as a water services authority. For the main town, I think in nodal 1, the main water supply is from Mokoro Dam, built in 1980 to supply water to Matimba Power Station at the time, and the protocol coal mine. And then the irrigation of farmers. The source of water is raw water from the Mokoro Dam, which is pumped to Wolfontein Dam, then gravity fed through 700 pipe to Zealand Waterworks. And then Zealand Water Treatment Works is built and owned by Exaro. It supplies potable water to Ellis Rastown and Onverwacht. It has an installed capacity of 40 megaliter per day. The current utilization is slightly less than 20 milliliters a day, servicing only the urban areas. Marapong is supplied by Eskom. Marapong is a township about 17 kilometers from the town. Is supplied by Eskom Water Treatment Works, situated next to the Matimba Power Station. At the moment, the municipality has concluded a service level agreement with Eskom Matimba Power Station for the supply of potable water to Marapong. So given the rapid expansion of Marapong Township, the current capacity of the plant is no longer sufficient to provide the ever-increasing population of Marapong. So what the municipality is doing is that we have then acquired 3 additional water tankers of 10,000 liters to supply or to augment the supply of water to Marapong. The main challenge there is that we have in mushroom of informal settlement, you have backyard dwellers, you have most of the RDP turned into rental accommodation, with each one having on average 5 to 8 backyard dwellers. So for the rural parts, then the source of water is just maybe, if you go back here, the rural is supplied, the 38 villages is supplied from boreholes. There are about 78 of them, 4 water regional schemes, that is your Silega water scheme, Bedport, Mukuranyani, and Shongwani. The next slide. Further groundwater potential in the area is low due to low yielding aquifer and poor water quality, which is class 2 and 3 is not fit for consumption without treatment. So what we have done is that we have installed package plants for the purification of the water. And then the overall water distribution and recirculation infrastructure is aging. Approximately 40% of the installed base is older than 20 years, and the urban reserve capacity is only 20%. The quality of water supplied from Zealand is very good. It has acquired a blue drop status. Next slide. Yeah, that is probably from the dam, the water allocation per sector for the Lephalale area. You have the agricultural sector, industry, mining, and and domestic. That's where we getting our share of water, especially for the main town. Let's then move on. This is the existing infrastructure for the urban area. The Elisraso Lepalale is a mining town, so the significance of this is that most of the infrastructure for purification of water is owned by the mine. What we have done as a municipality, we have concluded an agreement to take over the plant over the purification plant over a period, and we have acquired a loan to take over the plant, and I'm sure it would be paid around 2028 if I'm not mistaken. So by 2028, once the financial obligations have been settled, the plant will be transferred to the municipality. So what we're doing at the moment is just maybe looking at our human capital so that we can start training a team of young engineers to take over the plant in 5 years. So we're thinking that they will be ready by that time. So that is just the supply of water in town. Let's move on. Yeah, these are the regional, the rural areas currently divided into 4 different water schemes with the potential supply on a daily basis. You have your Mukuranyani, Bedford, Hasileka, and Hashomani. Let's move on. Yeah, this just indicates the rural infrastructure, indicating the settlement patterns and the challenges with regards to the provision of basic infrastructure, especially for provision of water. Yeah, that is just the technical details into the current demand. And in terms of what we project is that there is still sufficient capacity to cover, to supply water for 10 years.
10 years.
Yeah, over 10 years, 10 years planning horizon. Let's then move on. Yeah, that's just the future projections that around 2035, then that would be then the consumptions that is going to be required. Let's move on. I just need to go zooming on to the number of the challenges that we're having. Those are the number of households by level of access to water. So the piped water is using inside the dwelling is 18,390. Inside the yard, the borehole in the yard, and then the public and communal taps. So maybe before we get to sanitation, what has been the challenges in the provision of potable water is that you start having people who have installed water tankers in their yard. So they then start tapping on the mainland. So we have the biggest challenges with illegal connections, where then when you start filling up the reservoir, along the rising main you have a whole lot of illegal connections, and it's not small tanks, it's your 10,000 liter tanks, where then they fill them overnight, and so that people along the line then start battling with not having available water. So what we have done for augmentation of water in the rural villages is that we have acquired 3 times 16,000 cubic liter tanks to augment the supply of water in the rural villages. So the challenges as well is that you have your unplanned village extensions that are mushrooming on a regular basis, and unfortunately then those extensions are very far away from the nearest water supply. So you start having service delivery complaints, and people complain about not getting water, but when you look at the location, they're very far away in terms of the allocation of lands from our traditional authority, very far away from the proximity to where the regional scheme is and where the water reservoirs are. So, but what we have been doing is that we have been providing water through tankering. The 16,000 cubic are specifically for supply of additional water to the rural to the villages. And then for Marapong, we have additional 10,000 cubic liter. And fortunately, Exaro has also donated an additional 10,000 tank to supply water to Marapong. So we have 10,000 cubic liters in tankers for supply of additional water to Marapong informal settlement, and for Stienbokpan, which is located about 60 kilometers away from the main town. and then to augment water supply in the rural villages, over and above the schemes that are yielding sufficient capacity to supply. We have 3 times 16,000 litres to augment the supply. So the other challenges in the provision is that we have uncontrolled informal settlement, and because we're bordering our neighboring countries, and we have a lot of those houses that are being occupied by undocumented foreign nationals, and I'm not saying they're not entitled to get water. We are providing water, but part of the challenge is that the whole situation is unsustainable in the long run, because we're spending a lot of money, but in the terms of revenue, we're not getting anything. Remember I said, in Marapong alone, the municipalities owe close to 100 million. And then we still continue to incur additional expenses in terms of provision of potable water, where a lot of RDP houses have been turned into guest houses with 10 additional rooms per stand. So the density in terms of provision of services far exceeds the capacity of the municipality to supply. So on a constant basis, we then required to provide, to acquire additional tankers without necessarily getting any revenue. And also, then in the long run, it start challenging the sustainability of the institution to be able to continue to provide basic services and infrastructure for everyone. Then let's then move on to the sanitation. We have our PAL wastewater treatment works that is servicing the main town, and it's been upgraded on a number of times, and is still going to go for upgrading. The plant is presently operating with a capacity of 10 megalitres a day. The PAL wastewater treatment plant is licensed and classified as Class B plant. Then in Marapong, we have the oxidation ponds. The ponds is situated in Marapong and services the township and Marapong as a whole. The ponds have a capacity of 500 cubic meters per day and consist of 6 maturation ponds. There is a new plant constructed next to the oxidation pond, and then it's classified as license E. And in Vetwood, that is your Tabombeki township, about 80 kilometers away in the rural node, there's a treatment facility for government officials, including the hospital at Tabombeki. That is a capacity of 234 and is still operating within the capacity. So the municipality is currently upgrading the above mentioned wastewater treatment works to conventional and also increasing its capacity to about 0.9 cubic per day. It is planned that the plant will also service Tabombeki. So in terms of the support that we're receiving from DWS, currently there is a Marapong bulk pipeline that is under construction. The arrangement that we have with Matimba for the supply of water to Marapong is a temporary one, but then given the growth of Marapong, it no longer have a sufficient capacity to cater for the growing population of Marapong. So the construction of the bulk pipeline is envisaged to be completed at the end of December, and then it will resolve permanently the supply of water to Marapong. And then for Tabo, for Mukurwanyane, also DWS under WISIC is assisting the municipality with the construction of a Mukurwanyane bulk water scheme, which will then integrate all the smaller schemes to make sure that there is sufficient water for the population for the next 10 years. So this is then the support that we're getting through our sector department, DWS and COPSTA. And then and then the water and sanitation project, this is what I've just mentioned. That and also we have registered a regional water scheme with an estimated amount of 117 million, and the Selega water scheme extensions because of the growth of the population. So all, in terms of the future projections and the planning horizons in the next 5 years, we reckon that additional 407 million, close to half a billion, is going to be required to fix up and make sure that there is a sustainable provision of water to our community. So yeah, for now, I think there is a support from both the private sector and the municipality in terms of holding hands, just to make sure that the challenges with provision of water are being addressed. So we'll stop here and I wait if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, MM. So if I say merci beaucoup, you will understand me. Thank you very much, MM. The panel, as you understand, will now take similar time to engage you on your presentation. I will begin with Dr. Kata on my left.
It's been a long few days. Okay, thank you very much, ma'am, for your presentation. My first question is just with regards to something we picked up on the media and Lephalale municipality. And these days you need to be very careful whether something is fake news or not. So I'd just like you to confirm whether the Hawks indeed visited the offices of Lephalale municipality the past few days, and if true, if the reasons behind it. Then my second question and comment is in respect of your water services infrastructure grant. Now, we have heard from a lot of stakeholders the past few days in respect of this grant. And we've noted that Lephalale municipality specifically, in financial year 1920, you did not spend any of your WISEG grants. Now, in respect of the current financial year, or the previous financial year, you only spent 9% of your WISEG grants. And to put that into numbers, you had to return almost 23 million rand. In terms of the current financial year, you are at 18%. We are now halfway through the year. You are at 18% expenditure. So the balance, according to the Department of Water Affairs, this is what we received from them yesterday, so it's quite up to date, that is left for you to spend is almost 17 million rand. And we've got 6 months left. So I would like you to comment on what is the reason for Lephalale local municipality to struggle in spending their grant money. Because I've noted from your IDP that you make reference that in certain instances you have insufficient budget for operations and maintenance of water infrastructure in rural villages. But financial year upon financial year, you are returning money, which for us is quite concerning. So my first would be in terms of the media report. Second would be your comment on the WISEG. The third, I've noted in respect of your presentation as well that, let me just get you that one, that 2,075 households still make use of flowing water and stream and river water as their source of access to water. And I can't recall it because I don't have that presentation on my system now, but this is also information on your IDP. I gathered it from your IDP. So it's 2,000, we can just cross-reference whether it's on your presentation. Mr. Raidani, you'll just check for me. So it's 2,075. Then 4,185 households still make use of water carriers or water tankers that you refer to as their main access to water services. Now, on those two comments, the first one would be, you mentioned, I did not see the total number, so maybe you can just clarify for me. Does the municipality own the water tankers you made reference to, and how many? And if you still make use of contractors for water services tankering, do you do that on a regular basis, or what is the reason for that? And then on the second, we know you are a mining community and a mining rich area, but that also comes with risks to the natural habitat and the natural environment surrounding that community. So what we've seen in other communities as well is concerns that is being raised that the natural water resources might be contaminated and is being contaminated because of a lack of treatment of sewage and the participation of mining authorities within the area. Now, when we look at the 2,075 here, you'll see it's also on your presentation. Households still making use of flowing water, stream and river as access to water. Are you regularly testing the natural resources around the communities? Because waterborne diseases for our case is very concerning. And to see this number of households still making access to this as primary ways of getting their water is quite concerning as well. So just your comment on that. Then just an observation possibly, and you do have your experts here. The number of rainwater tanks in the yard is quite small, only 15 in the municipality that has rainwater tanks in their yard. And with your comment in your IDP indicating that there's a lack of funds available to provide water to informal settlements, have you considered increasing that number? Because we all know we are moving towards the rainy season currently. And are you looking into the possibility of increasing the number of rainwater tanks in informal settlements and rural communities to allow them at least during the rainy season, and also, might I add, the season where there's a very small number of local municipalities and local officials who are in office, to possibly have access to water within their own vicinity and within their own yards. And then also with reference to your IDP, where you indicated that there was in the previous financial years irregular expenditure of 66 million rand. And then I want to again say that 2,075 households drink water from streams. Sitting with a 66 million irregular expenditure. You're sitting with millions not being spent in Wisek, being returned. I want your comment on that. And pulling that straight to your AG reports, whether you make use of consultants to submit your financial information to the AG. And let me park it there because I'm sure my provincial manager will possibly comment on the symbiotic, I'm going to call it symbiotic relationship you might have with the mining authorities. Let me not say parasitic relationship that is there. I'll maintain that, the symbiotic relationship. But the mining question, let me stand that over for Mr. Mavidula or the Commissioner to address. So if you need any clarity from what is expected from my side, by all means, please ask. I'm happy to clarify. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Kata. Before I hand over to the provincial manager, I'll give you the opportunity to respond either MM or yourself acting there.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will start.
No,
No, thank you very much for the opportunity. I will start with the last question. Are we using consultants for the compilation of our financial statement? No. Our financial statement are done in-house. What we have appointed is an independent reviewer just to review the financial statement, but our set of financial statements have been done in-house for a long time. And then the expenditure on WISIC. In 2019, the provincial department the COCTA came and did an assessment of all the stored water projects preceding the assessment. They issued a directive to the municipality not to apply for any new water project up until there is a directive in terms of the completion of the stored water project, because they were emanating from a long time. And then we then went back and conducted an assessment, technical assessment, through the support of MISA, as recommended by COCTA, to say you're not allowed to proceed with any water project until there is a directive, there is a technical assessment by MISA with a recommendation of what needs to be done, so that the investment in the infrastructure that is there is completed. Otherwise, then it's a fruitless expenditure. Then we then had to go back and then enlisted the engineers from MISA, where they then went with our team, conducted a technical assessment. Reports were then brought to council to say we then needed to bring back, in terms of our supply chain management regulations, to follow through and bring the contract, because they've expired already, back into contract, so that we can then start processing. We then again contacted the project team that was involved, sourced funding, because some of the funding were application for rollover that was not approved. Council then supplemented additional budget for the completion of the stored water project. And then, at the moment as we speak, some of the projects, all the contractors, I think except for one, they're back on site, they're completing the project. So the reason why everything else was stopped at the time, the directive was that there is no use in carrying on with a new project while you still have a stored project for I think somewhere emanating from 2017. And then in terms of an analysis of what was the reason why the projects were sort of stalled, was that because we were chasing 100% expenditure on all the WSIG and your MIG, you get your execution of the project, people starting with laying all the distribution pipe network without having to secure the source of water. So by the time that they get to finding the water source, it's very far away, and already all the pipeline has been laid, and then the money is finished. But then it's 100% expenditure, but then there is no water. They haven't secured the source of water as yet. So we need then to go back and resolve all those kind of technical challenges before we can then proceed with other water projects. So that has been the reason why then even now the Department of Water and Sanitation moved to the municipality to Section 6B. So what we're referring to now, the construction of Marapong bulk pipeline and the construction of Mukuruanyani bulk pipeline are then managed through DWS. They are controlling the funding. So we're only submitting the claim when the contractors are done and certified that the work has been completed, and then they then do the processing of payment and transfer the money to the municipality. So that in itself is creating its own administrative challenges, because after our technical officials would have completed, would have done all the verification, they're submitting that to the DWS, who then must still have to send their engineers on site to do the same verification. So, but then we have then met in the last month to agree on implementation protocol, so that we then shortening the time at which we then process payment of suppliers, of contractors, so that the project will then be completed on time. So for the 66 million in irregular expenditure, that had to do with the composition of the bid committees. That was not inconsistent with the, I think, Section 29 of the Supply Chain Management Regulation. So that, and those contracts were a 3-year contract. So meaning that for every year, as long as you continue with that contract, whatever payment that you do is categorized as irregular expenditure. So unfortunately, then that was one of the reasons why then the contract with the previous municipal manager was terminated, because she was then responsible at the time for composition of the bid, and wherein the supply chain manager was supposed to have been an advisor, but then was reduced to provide a secretariat and administration support. So now the third year is now. So from the time that we started with implementation of the contract up to now, whether it will expire in 3 years, all the expenditure is going to be categorized as irregular. So we have then appointed through the request from MPEC, a panel of investigators to resolve all to investigate all the irregular expenditure, with a recommendation to council, so that then there will then be consequence management in terms of Section 32 of the Finance Management Act. So that was then on the irregular expenditure of 66 million. And then the water tankers that we have acquired, we own them. The 3 16,000 cubic, and then the other 3 from that we're supplying for Marathon, also our property. We're not using the service provider anymore. Have I forgotten?
In 2007 and 2005 issue.
Is he allowed?
Yes. He has taken the oath, so yes.
Good day once more. Yeah, I'll only talk to the 2075 issue that has been highlighted. The area where people have been using or relying solely on the stream is the area called Patladera. I should bring it forth to say the area used to belong to another municipality, and of now recent it's been transferred to us. And ever since the area is within our area of operation, we have initiated a project, and at this particular moment the project has just been completed. But parallel to that, there were 8 JoJo tanks installed in the area, scattered around the area, and we are filling those JoJo tanks twice a week. Lastly, is with regard to the, I think you have given an indication of the 15, the rainwater harvesting kind of an initiative. Yeah, we have got only 15. It is unfortunate that the program is being initiated in collaboration with the Department of Water and Sanitation, and it happened that it was stopped within a short space of time. But it's not a matter of saying the municipality is not considering, like, looking into that. What we have done, we have just installed 22 JoJo tanks in all informal settlements. We are filling up those tanks as a municipality. So it's a matter of, we have got another source, another storage is placed in various areas in all those informal settlement centers.
There's one question that we did not answer. The reason for low spending on WISIC. The low spending was as a result of the capacity of the contractor appointed to complete the project. He ran into financial difficulties and the municipality had to terminate the contract. And now we have appointed, through the support of DWS, another contractor that is on site already to complete the project. The one for the delays in the one for Marapong is this a result of availability of steel in the country, because the nature of materials used for that pipeline is your 600 diameter steel. We've been waiting for, the contractor has been waiting for delivery for the past 3 months, but in terms of the arrangement that we have, we understand now that they have delivered some of the material, but then the current industrial action in the steel, in the metal, in the sector is also creating a problem. We thought we were on track to finish, but then it's an industrial action that is also derailing the supply and delivery of other materials. But in terms of the discussion that we've had with the engineers, they reckon that they will still have a catch-up plan and will still complete the project before the end of the financial year. But the one for low spending, and we have terminated the contract and have appointed another contractor to continue with the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, We are unfortunately running out of time. In fact, our time with you is done. So I'm going to give the opportunity to the provincial manager to just only ask questions as quickly as possible, and I will give you the opportunity to respond to that as we move towards closure. Over to you, Pia.
Thank you, Chair. I will also appreciate if you can just go straight to the point when you're answering, so that we save time. I won't be long. I just want, there is a Zealand water treatment plant. Our understanding that is owned and run by SAHRC. So is there any plan as to what will happen if SAHRC decide to withdraw? So what is the agreement in place? Do you have an agreement in place maybe for you to take it over after? Yeah, just want to understand that.
Thank you. We have signed an agreement with SAHRC. We have a loan that we're repaying to take over the plant in 2026. We have been paying SAHRC for at the moment the agreement is just for, we're paying them for purification, but there is an agreement to take it over and we're paying for it.
Sorry, but this is a bit confusing. Why do you have to go and loan and arrange a loan with a private company, whereas the DWS have money to support you? Why should we go to that arrangement?
That arrangement has been going on for a long time.
I'm not talking about how long it has been going on. I'm asking why. Why do you have to, as a government, you go to a private company, borrow money or make arrangements so that you will pay back, but our government has money. The DSW presented to us yesterday. They have money where you can even access it to do whatever you want to do for you to provide service. But you went to private company, arrange a loan, and then you are paying the loan. It doesn't make sense to me.
Thanks. The arrangement was more on Triple P kind of an arrangement. 2, the department is pumping money mainly for its sort of capital injection on the construction or the new kind of initiative. But with this one, we are talking about the operation, a facility that is mainly established.
I want to cut you short. My question is very simple and straightforward. Government has money to provide for infrastructure and running of those things from our coffers, public coffers. But you went on to make arrangement with a private company so that you can pay that as a loan. Why should we put pressure in our municipality whereas the government itself has money to do those things?
Through you, Commissioner, we should reflect the history of the town. The establishment of that particular town was more like SAHRC was responsible for everything. And we are taking over a facility that was owned by SAHRC when they established that particular town. So that's the reason why we ended up going for that route. Thank you.
What do you mean that the town was established by SAHRC?
What I'm saying is that the establishment of the town itself, it was driven by the mine establishment. I'm not sure whether I'm clear on that one. To say if there was no, if the mine was not there, we were like we would find ourselves not having Lephalale as a town the way it is.
It was only proclaimed in
It was,
1986.
yeah.
Before that, it was a mining town with all the infrastructure in town owned and managed by the mine.
I'm going to assist you. No town in South Africa was established by any private company. None. They might have been there and they might have started their operations at a particular time, but they did not establish the town. So that is just a point of clarity. Because it is these ways that we frame things that give power unnecessarily to the private sector, which then gives them the authority to continue to exploit the people as they are doing now. There's no such thing that the town was established by Exxaro. Now, can I get an indication of how much the loan you have is, how much you are servicing it monthly, and who you got the loan from?
The arrangement was more like Exxaro will put the capital injection to the upgrade of the facility and the almost everything that was required for the building of that facility. It was 120 million, and at this particular moment we are spending around $1 million as the amount of money that we are paying Exxaro, and we are left with around six years to complete the whole thing, as we have signed an off-take agreement. Thanks.
The provincial manager is in the process of organizing, if I may use that word, similar hearings on issues of mining in this province. And I think provincial manager, we are going to have to, because we don't have time here to engage on this, but this needs its own focus. There's a serious problem here that we won't have time to engage on now. We have come to the end of our engagement with you. I'm going to give you the opportunity to offer us your closing remarks. I must say, your presentation and your performance is highly disappointing. And if you are unaware or confused by what is disappointing, look at the state of the people that you are employed to serve. There are no excuses, there are no words, there are no presentations, nothing will put a curtain or blur the reality of what's happening in your jurisdiction. You are allowing and giving power to the private sector to further exploit the people within your jurisdiction. And you want to come here and justify it. So I won't have anything further to say. Please offer us your closing remarks in 2 minutes before we dismiss you.
May I take this opportunity to thank the Commissioner and for allowing us to come and make a presentation. I'm now confused and I don't know why. I didn't know that we're going to be judged on the relationship that we had with Exxaro. I just thought we were relating what infrastructure is available in terms of provision of services. So if everything else that we do is then judged on the basis of what Exxaro is doing or is not supposed to be doing, is just an unfortunate situation, because I thought we were here to try to justify and explain to the Commission our provision of potable water and all the attempts just to try to do to provide basic services to our community. So it's just regrettable, and I'm yet to. What should we be doing? Because at this moment, I don't know what to say. And I just thought with what I have seen with everybody else, it was on the provision of making sure that communities get water. But if that is going to be spoiled by our statements, if it was not in the right place or not presented correctly, we regret that. But I think we thought we were here to just indicate and provide evidence to the commission that we providing potable water to our communities. So on that said note, thank you.
Thank you very much, MM. It is very unfortunate that you are confused by this process. However, what will further clarify you are the recommendations. This is not the end of our engagement together with you. Where in your closing remarks you have indicated that you need clarity on what it is that you need to do, therefore, the recommendations that will come with the report that will be directed to you will provide further clarity. If they further make you sad, in accordance with the enabling legislation, you are empowered to challenge those in a court of law. Until then, you are officially released. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Program Director.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you to the local municipality. Program Director, Commissioner, now we have to invite the Mogalakwena local municipality mayor, Councillor Malesela Franz Makiti, and the MM Hendrik Mwepe and their team to the podium. Thank you, Commissioner. Once they arrive at the podium, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Councillor Mokete. It's spelled wrong in the program. Could you spell that for us, please?
M-O
M-O
K
W
E
E
L
L Mokwele.
Yes, Mokwele.
They spelled the L with a T.
Yes.
Councillor Mokwele.
Yes.
Welcome. How are you this afternoon?
No, I'm very fine.
Thank you very much. Will the MM, Mr. Ngwepe, be assisting you in the provision of your evidence this afternoon?
Yes.
In that case, I will ask you, Mr. Ngwepe, to please join Mr. Mokwele on the podium. Am I pronouncing the name right, Mr. Ngwepe?
Mr. Mafoko, he will explain himself. He's acting.
He is acting?
Yes.
Not a problem. In that case, kindly state your full names, positions, as well as institutions for the record. Please speak as closest to the mic as possible for the record.
Yeah, thanks very much once again, Commissioner. My name is Councillor Malesela Franz Mukwele. Oh, my position. Oh, I'm the mayor of Mogalakwena local municipality.
Thank you very much.
My name is Sydney Samuel Mafuku, the acting technical manager at Mokhalakwa Municipality.
Mafoko, M-A-F-O-K-O.
That's correct.
Welcome to both of you. Do either of you have any objections to taking the oath this afternoon?
No, Commissioner.
No objection.
Thank you very much. In that case, kindly raise your right hands. Your other right. Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give this afternoon shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, kindly state, so help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. You are duly administered. Mr. Mafoko, you may take your seat. Councillor Mokwede, welcome. As you may be aware, by now you will have 25 minutes to offer us your presentation. Thereafter, the panel will take a similar time to engage you. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, thanks very much, Commissioner, and your team, and greetings to all members in the House and my acting manager, technical services. Commissioner, like you have indicated, I'm going to present the input regarding water provision challenges and intervention for urban and rural area of Mokhalakwa local municipality. I'll start with the background, Commissioner, that will give us that reads as follows. Mokhalakwa local municipality is the water service authority and the water service provider in terms of Chapter 3 of Water Service Act, Act 108 of 1997. The municipality is mandated to supply water to the community, as water is a basic need, as we have been indicated. Mokhalakwa local municipality in the urban and peri-urban has water service infrastructure to ensure that community receive basic water supply. The infrastructure is continuing to be constructed to increase the access to areas with increased households and where there may be water supply challenges. Mokhalakwa local municipality communities are largely dependent on groundwater supply, which has been affected by drought, which resulted in scarce water sources that reduce the water supply to the communities. And then in terms of my presentation, Commissioner, it further indicates that our urban areas includes Mokopane Town, Mokopane Residential Extension, and Makwelering Township, together with Riboni Township. The peri-urban includes Sakharapeng villages, Parkmore, Michele, Mountain View, Mushate, Maruteng, Masetane, Masodi, and Hamadiba. These areas we call them peri-urban because these are areas next to town. The urban and peri-urban areas has limited access to clean drinking water. This is as a result of stressed water resources. Commissioner, there is a graph that shows our projection in terms of the probable demand of water in the areas where there are mines. Remember, our municipality is the municipality that you've got 2 mines that are operational and other mines that are still having lessons, but because of water, those mines can't operate. This graph, I'm not going to dwell much on it, but it also shows that our demand where there is no mines in 2015, and I'll just end here our projection up until 2025, where it also indicates that at our urban and peri-urban area, our projection indicates that by 2020 up until 2025, we are projecting that we'll need plus minus 41.89 megaliters of water that will need. It also indicates that on the southern rural area, we'll need around 11.85 all northern rural area will need around 15.1 megaliters. So in short, the total number of will need in the area where there is no mines. But equally, Commissioner, in the areas where there is mine, the graph indicate that both the urban and peri-urban, the southern rural areas and northern rural areas will need approximately, by 2025, will need approximately 82.6 megaliters. That will the projection that we are making as the municipality. But going direct, Commissioner, as you have indicated that your main interest is human being, because it is the basic right for our community to get clean water. So I'm going to give you maybe our source, which it will read as from where it showed that our during dry water treatment works draw off water from the during dry dam, where the treatment works is operated by the Limpopo Northern Water, and is supplying water to Mukopani area. So here by Mukopani area, I'm referring the area in town and even the extension net to town. The dam improved to 20% as on the 7th February 2021, and to 30.9 as on the 15th February 2021 due to the recent rainfall. During the week of the 7th September 2021, Commissioner, the level was at 89.5 vis-a-vis 10.5 in the previous year. On the week of 11th October 2021, here I'm talking recently, the dam was at 36.9 vis-a-vis the 9.3% last year, because Commissioner, last year, because of the issue of rainfall, we were struggling a lot at our municipality. But as the presentation continues, the Department of Water and Sanitation is the custodian of water resources such as dams in terms of the National Water Act. I'm referring to Act 36 of 1986. In the case of Mohalakwena local municipality, this could refer to the Durandel Dam, which is the main source of water for Mukopani town and those extensions as I've mentioned earlier on. And then the Department of Water and Sanitation has restricted the raw water of draw-off from the dam by 25%. This resulted in the reduction of water supply from Duran Dam, from Duran Dry Water Treatment Plant to Mukopani, from 10 to 12 megaliter a day to around 9 to 8 megaliter a day. The reduced supply was further worsened by the power outage, where the plant and farm holes could not be pumped, and this led to the reduction of about 5 megaliter a day. Currently, Duran Dry Treatment Plant is supplying 6 to 8 megaliter a day. Commissioner, the other source of water for Mukopani and Makulering is the Plagneck boreholes, Vienna boreholes, Modrift boreholes, Van Heerden boreholes, and Eiklo boreholes. The 21 number of boreholes at Plagneck and Vienna initially had a capacity supply of 14.7 megaliter a day in 2014-15 financial. However, due to the drought, the figure reduced to about 4 to 5 megaliter combined. It shows that because of drought, Commissioner, we have lost almost about more than 10 megaliter a day since when we compare during 2014-15 up until now. And then the presentation further indicates that the peri-urban and rural areas largely rely on groundwater supply. Because remember, Commissioner, Mohalakwena local municipality, the large area of that municipality is rural villages, where we are having almost 174 villages. The only source or the main source of water is groundwater, whereby if as the municipality we are having a bad rainy time, really will be in trouble. When the groundwater resource stress, then the community receive less water. And then in some case, Commissioner, I know you will be angry with me when I will also emphasize that the community will at times during the drought, when there is no rain, at times they receive no water, which I know that that is a very serious challenge to the human rights. But as the municipality, or the dropping of water has resulted in multiple water pumps being damaged, because you know when the level of water, then there is damage. But as the municipality, Commissioner, our municipality is divided into 4 clusters, whereby in each and every cluster we are having 2 water tankers, which I know that the water tankers are not sustainable. It's not something that you can simply sit in front of you to say that we are proudly giving our people sufficient clean water. When we have problems whereby we find that sometimes there is a mechanical breakdown, as I've indicated, largely our community depends on groundwater, whereby there is also there is a problem, we will then use our water tanker to supply. There is a water supply deficit of an estimated of 25 megaliters a day. You can see that as the municipality, when we talk of 25 megaliters a day, it's a huge sum of water. The municipality has from around 2018 there commenced with the implementation of water shading due to the deficit that I've already indicated. The schedule of water shading is followed, however, there is a various challenges that lead to schedule not being followed, such as the stress water resources, the power outage and load shedding, which we all know that in South Africa we had this problem of load shedding, the damage to pump and motor due to the drop in borehole levels, the malfunctioning of valves. Another critical area, Commissioner, where as the municipality we are having a very serious problem is when it comes to the issue of theft and vandalism at pump station. Remember, at our deep rural area, whereby as the municipality we can't afford to put security guard on each pumping station, we are experiencing this problem. But as the municipality, we are continuing engaging members of the community to understand that for the government to come and replace, it will even cost a lot of money to us. And as I'm proceeding, Commissioner, in Kopani, when the reservoirs have sufficient water, the water supply valves are open at around 4 a.m. and close at 12 o'clock, and then again open 16 hours and close. This is the arrangement when we are our water level is down. But all the time that I've been indicating, as the municipality, we are sharing it with members of the community so that they are aware that this time we are going to cut water so that they can be able to come up with contingency plans. Commissioner and your team, I will then go to present before you the water supply intervention, which I will start with the short-term measures up until to the long-term measures. I'll start with the short-term measure that reads as follows: the completion of the municipal infrastructure grant funded project at Mushate and SAHRC, which will improve the water storage capacity and supply. The project is budgeted for 4 million for this financial year, 2021 and 2022 financial year, and our anticipation to complete this project as per plan, we're planning to complete it by this financial 2021. But before we start the new financial year in 2022, our anticipation that this project will be finalized. The completion of the regional bulk infrastructure grant at the RBIC funded industrial and SAHRC water project, which will increase the water supply from the drilled borehole with about 1.5 megaliter a day. The project is budgeted for about 32 million for this financial year 2021-2022, and anticipation completion is around next year 2022, before the start of that other financial year beyond, just like this year will end by the following year 2022. The mid-term measures, the implementation and completion of Class Play Sylvania Mine project. This project is funded by the Sylvania Mine through the Mine Social Labor Plans. As I've indicated earlier on, Commissioner, that our area is surrounded by mine, whereby in there each and every year there is a commitment as per the legislation whereby they give back to the community. But in Mogalakwena, they are not galvanizing us, they are not taking over from us. We know that we are the government, that the community has given us the mandate. And then this project is funded by we are co-funding this project through our municipal infrastructure grant. And then this may also bring the additional water of about 3 megaliter a day to Mokopane. The project is budgeted for almost around 8 million for the same financial year 2021-2022. We also anticipate that by next year around January we will be completing this project, so that we are trying to subtract that deficit that I indicated earlier on, that currently we are running at around 25 megaliter deficit of the shortage that we have to supply now to our community. And it further says the implementation and completion of the prison report project. This project is funded by the Water and Sanitation Infrastructure Grant.
Mr. Mokone, you have 5 moments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm just about to conclude. The project is funded by the Water and Sanitation Infrastructure Grant. This may bring additional water of 3 megaliter to Mokopane. And the budget year also is around 8 million. The financial year is still 2021-2022, which we are also anticipating that will commence it by the year 2022, around January. The long-term measure for Mogalakwena, as I conclude, Commissioner, in all rural villages, as the municipality, for the past financial years, we have tried to make sure that there is infrastructure, because the only long-lasting solution, the long-term solution for the people of Mogalakwena to get potable clean water is only if we can implement the implementation and completion of the 2B pipes from Flag Bushero Dam to Present to supply town, urban area, and also our rural area. Because if this scheme, like I said, we are now on the second phase. We have completed the first phase. That pipe, they have started it during the past financial year. Luckily, maybe I can report before the Commission that 2 weeks ago we met with the National Minister of Department of Water and Sanitation, where he assured the municipality that they have completed with the issue of engineering to do the plan and the plan for the phase 2 of that pipe, whereby according to the department they are planning that starting from next year they will be starting and make sure that that pipe is going straight to Mogalakwena. I know it will even cover another place of Polokwane municipality. And then in as I've completed with my but I will not make injustice. I know that even though I never had the presenters, there is an issue there in Mahalakwena, the issue of Masodi wastewater treatment plant, which that project has been stalled for some times because of the issue of lack.
Yes.
Of, can I? Yeah.
Yes, I was just saying, speak closer to the mic.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Which that project has been stalled for some times. But as the newly elected leadership, or as the new leadership which came in after the intervention, remember our municipality is now under section 139 1B, as the HOD of course that was alluding, was indicating the time he was presenting. But as the newly elected leadership, there were some concerted effort in collaboration with the private company, in this case Ivan Plus. We are now on the process of signing the memorandum of understanding, so that because that project currently is almost at 70%, 70 to 75%, whereby we are only left with 25%, so that that project can complete. I know that there at Mahalakwena there was also the problem of sewer spillage there and there, but with our maintenance team, we are trying to make sure that we kept that in. But the long-term solution, if that sewage plant we can complete it, the issue of sewage plant will be the issue of yesterday. And also as the municipality, we are going to be able to grow that municipality. Thanks very much, Commissioner, for the opportunity, and my apology for exceeding your time a bit. Thanks very much for affording me the opportunity to present on behalf of Mahalakwena local municipality. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mokwele. And thank you also for your humble apology. It's accepted. Please take this. Councillor Mokwele, I must start first by congratulating you because you are a new mayor. We also understand that the area you work in is fraught with many problems. We want to help. This is not adversarial. We're here to assist. When you look at the context where you are coming from, there are serious problems there in the municipality. I don't know how many, almost every year there's a new mayor there. People are being arrested, lots of corruption, and all of these things, of course, will add to the problems of service delivery. We will now engage you. I will give over to the senior legal officer on my left, and then the provincial manager on my right, because we don't have much time. We will limit our engagement with you just to strict clarity-seeking questions. We understand already the problems that you have, and we want to move towards the end goals of providing services in your jurisdiction. Over to you,
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. I think the Commissioner has introduced most of what is not needed to be repeated, which there's a mess that side. We've visited that side regularly and it is a mess. But also echoing what the Commissioner is saying is we need to help and we need to move forward. And if you are the right person to do this, you must take our hands and we need to solve these issues. But nevertheless, I need to just make one or two comments. From your IDP, the information provided there states that almost 40,000 households have to walk between 200 and 500 meters to get to their main source of water. almost 11,000 households need to walk between 500 and 1 kilometer to get to their main source of water. And then more than 2,000 walks more than 1 kilometer to get to their main source of water. I can see you raising your eyebrows already. This is an issue. It is. You've already indicated that the rising temperatures within the area has contributed to a severe drought as well, lack of access. But having been in the area recently and having visited a few times previously, we have seen elderly, women with children, forming part of this. If we take the 40,000, let's say roughly about 55,000 households having to walk very far to get access to water. Now that's the premise from which I want to move. Now, a lot of the access that is also provided to these households are interrupted, which means in a lot of situations they have to access natural sources such as streams or possible wells. And your current blue drop status, or the one that is echoed in your IDP, says that it is 60%. Your blue drop status is at 60%. Now that is very low. And when we touched base this morning with a tertiary institution, they actually said that it's actually, you know what, it's not fit for human consumption, the quality of the water, if it's at 60%. And even in your IDP, you say, and I quote, microbiological compliance poses major risk in respect of access to water. So now you've got my whole little background here. Where are we with that? Even if we give people the very limited water that you've indicated, is it actually fit for consumption? When last did you do a blue drop assessment? We know that the department has some ownership in that, but we also know that other municipalities do regular assessments. Where are we with that? Then, your WISIG, and I've noted in your presentation, you call it the Water and Sanitation Infrastructure Grant, and it's the Water Services Infrastructure Grant, so please just note that it is incorrect. You are not spending the money necessarily as quick as you should. So the expenditure for 21-22 at this stage for Mogalakwena is only at 9%, and we are already halfway through the financial year. So I'd like you to comment on that. The quote that the Department of Water Affairs has indicated here says, poor performing contractors. And what is the municipality doing in respect of poor performing contractors? Have you blacklisted? You must have large files of blacklisted contractors at this stage. Because what we've seen is incomplete projects that are not moving, poor workmanship. And here the department quotes even this year, poor performing contractors. So I want you to comment on that as well. And then I'm just going to come to my last point. The community of Khamushi does not have access to water as we speak. The transformer broke a few weeks back, which means the pump station is not providing the community with water. That was reported to the municipality. The community said there was no response. I was there. That was reported to Eskom. There was no response. People are buying water from their neighbors, from their child support grants. There's nothing. We need urgent intervention, Mayor. We need urgent commitment from you today. to assist the community of Khamushi. If it means that we need to knock down the doors of Eskom to go and repair the transformer now, that's what we need to do. We need to provide the community with water. Now, to exacerbate the struggles that this community is facing, and they were here, they provided evidence a few days ago, is that they went as far to source funds from the community itself to buy infrastructure to allow a local borehole to provide the community with water. It was almost 20,000 that this rural community spent from its own pocket to no longer knock at the doors of a failing municipality, but to come up with a solution themselves. And apparently, and according to the community, the response from the municipality was, it's our borehole, you're not allowed to touch it. There's nothing that's functioning from the borehole. And when they came with the infrastructure to have it function, because of these failing other sources of water, they were told they're not allowed to. Now, I'd like your response on that as well. We have a community that is without water, and they have been excluded from coming up with solving the matter itself. And then lastly, I must tell you, and I must be honest, with this 60% blue drop status and with the comments in your own IDP saying that the water is posing a grave risk, and with tertiary institutions saying this is almost not suitable for human consumption, I actually brought you a bottle of water, 2-liter Coke bottle of the water. And I wanted to place it on your desk. I wanted to take away those nice purified bottles of water. And I wanted to put that water on your desk. And I wanted to invite you to drink that water. But that would not be fair. The bottle is still at the office. This is what our communities are faced with, while we are sitting here with nice bottles of water in aircon buildings. So we need an urgent intervention on Khamushi and a commitment, Mayor. And then the answers to the previous questions I've also posed. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Kata. Mr. Mokwele, you've made note of the questions. I'm going to ask you to please just keep those questions in mind, and I will give the opportunity to the provincial manager to add his, and then I'll give you the opportunity to answer them at once. Over to you, provincial manager.
I think what I hope you heard what my colleagues have said. Maybe I also want specific date as to when I'm going to deliver water to Khamushi community. I'm not going to focus on whether it's Eskom transformer. I don't want to get there. You as the municipality, it's your responsibility to deliver water. Please share with us as to when you are going to deliver water to Khamushi community. And also indicate to us, because the issue of Makwele Ring, the spilling of sewage, there is contaminating all the natural streams are being contaminated, and they are not doing anything about that. I just also want to know what are you going to do, when are you going to resolve that problem without any waste of time. So I think that is very important. It's two things. It's two questions that I want a response from you. The other one, your municipality was supposed to be very rich. I mean, you have a mine there that once confessed to the commission that they are making a profit of plus or minus 36 million a day. And I think that is the biggest platinum mine, if not in the world, but it's one of the biggest in the world, that one I know. And the lifespan of that particular mine is 100 years. It will exist, it will continue to exist after me and you. But it's up to us, me and you, to make sure that those who are coming after us must enjoy the benefit of that particular mine. So have you made any attempt those mining companies are damaging the roads of our people there and all those things. Are they complying with the SLP? Because every time they have to develop the SLP and it has to be approved. Have you ever go through the SLP and check what they are promising our people? And see, can you just inform me if they are complying with the SLP? And if they are not, what are you doing as the government? Yourself, not the national government. Those people know you as the government. They are not interested in the DMR and these other channels that, no, those people, you are the closest government in Limpopo, that our people, when they have challenges, they must approach you. So I just want to know, when can we resolve this thing? Because our people have been suffering. If it's not non-service delivery, it will be abused by it will be exploitation by the mine. It will be the dust that is all over the area, contamination of underground water in the area. So when are we going to strengthen our approach in terms of dealing with these mines that are exploiting our minerals and we are not benefiting out of them? So I want to know from you, what is that you are planning to do or you have done so far to make sure that you hold these mines accountable? It's the case of Amoshi, it's the case of Makolering, and the issue of mining companies.
Over to you, sir.
Thanks very much, Commissioners, Dr. Carter. Yeah, maybe before I come in to respond to some of the issues that you have raised, with your permission, Commissioner, can I ask the Manager Technical to try to respond to this, to the issues that are naturally more technical, but safe to say with the issues that your colleague Commissioner has indicated, that side, and yourself that side, those that are too political, I will come in at last to respond. With your permission, can you allow me to do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Commissioner, and all attendees from different municipalities and other institutions. The first question that was asked was regarding the walking distance from our communities. I would just try to explain this, that the projects that we are implementing with regard to the water infrastructure is at RDP standard. And we are still in the process of implementing our...
Sir, we are unable to hear you. I'm going to ask you maybe to take off your mask and then speak closer to the... Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, as I was indicating with the issue of the walking distance to the nearest source of water, and we are still busy implementing our water master plan. At the moment, the phase 1 is complete, which in our presentation we're referring to that we are only left with the 71 kilometers which must be done by the Water and Sanitation Department to get the water from the Fleckbush Yellow Dam. So we are still in the process of implementing our master plan throughout the municipality to make sure that at least we reduce the distance to a minimum of about 200 meters to the nearest source of water. So our project that we implement each and every year is as per the master plan that we have made. So the matter is receiving attention. And with regard to the interruption of the water supply, as we've indicated in our presentation, our municipality is predominantly rural. So most of our boreholes are deep in the bushes. In fact, the borehole is about 5 kilometers away from the village. And as a result, we're experiencing a lot of theft and vandalism to our infrastructure, which is hampering our supply to the communities. The infrastructure is there in all the villages in our municipality. It's only in the extensions in the villages, the newly developing extensions, where we still may be struggling to extend the reticulation. But in all our villages, the infrastructure is there. The only thing that is putting us back is the vandalism and theft in our infrastructure. And coming to the issue of the blue drop, which is indicated that is at around 60% here, we agree with the assessment, and we recently had the green drop assessment, where there are recommendations, and we are working very hard trying to follow all the recommendations made to make sure that we improve on our blue drop as well as our green drop. And as far as the expenditure of the WISIC project is concerned, we were a bit delayed due to the appointment of the contractors. But as we speak, as the contractors are appointed, we are handing over the project. So we are looking at, before the end of this year, our expenditure will have improved greatly. And poor performing contractors. What we are doing with the poor performing contractors, we have issued the notices for the intention for termination of the contracts, where we feel that these contractors are not performing well. So as per the contracts that we have, also getting guidance from the general conditions of contracts, we are taking action with regard to the poor performing contractors. And the issue of the spillage, sewer spillage in Mahwelering and other areas, we are also working on it, but like it is indicated in our presentation, that our sewer plant is running at full capacity at the moment. Hence we started with this project of Masodi sewer plant to make sure that at least some of the load will be diverted, especially the sewer from Mahwelering and the peri-urban area will be diverted to the newly constructed plant, in order to reduce the load on the already overloaded infrastructure of our sewer purification plant. I think I've covered most of the questions from my side, then we hand over to the Honourable Mayor.
Thank you. Before you comment, Honourable Mayor, the PM has a quick follow-up question. Over to you quickly, PM.
I just want to find out, are you saying that the issue of Mahwelering, so you will have to, there is a new sewage plant that has been built, completed, or you are just planning to build it?
Okay, the Masodi sewer plant that our presentation was referring to, that the mayor indicated that it's 70% complete, but the project is stalled at the moment. That is the one that I'm referring to. The idea when we started the project was for us to be able to deal with the already sewer plant that is running at full capacity.
But it's not used, and that was, I think, it was supposed to be completed a long time ago. Are you referring to that one?
That's correct.
But nothing is happening there. How do you then say to the people of Mahwelering that something they are going to benefit, or we are going to direct switch to that one? Because nothing is happening right now when we speak. And those people are suffering. They cannot even, some of them, they feel like they can just abandon their houses because of the sewage spilling in the area. So now you are promising them that they will benefit out of the project that you know that it was abandoned long time ago.
Maybe let me add, the issue of the sewer in Mahwelering is twofold. One is the issue of the capacity at the existing sewer plant. The second one, maybe I could say, is education. We are embarking on education. No, let me explain. Let me explain. Every time when we unblock the blocked sewer system, the things that come out of there, you will be shocked. Our people are just putting everything, that their dogs, everything into our system, and that is causing these spillages. Thank you.
So I don't want to, we are not responsible to provide that education. If you realize that the problem is education, it's your responsibility as the municipality, not Human Rights Commission. It's your responsibility as the municipality to educate those people or your community. So, but you can't just fold your arms and say because people are throwing things that are foreign into this switch system and is blocking, then as the municipality must sit back and they will see what they do, because we as the municipality of Mokgalagwena, our people are not educated enough. This need education and they will see what they do. Is that how we should operate? What I'm saying here is a simple thing. You are saying that they will benefit out of the project that is, they are saying 70% completed. We have seen that project. It was abandoned long time ago. Nothing is happening there. And the people of Mokgalagwena right now, when we speak, some of them, they cannot even eat properly in their houses. The sewage is all over. Even when you get to Mokgalagwena, they drive into Mapila. Immediately when you turn there, it's a sewage system that is spilling all over. But you don't have a plan. You don't have a plan to address that. It's contaminating even the groundwater, the stream rivers that are around there. But you don't have a plan. You pass there every day, obviously. If you are from Mokgalagwena, unless otherwise you are a technical manager who's coming from another area. But if you are a mayor from that area, you know the problem that I'm talking about. You will agree with me, Mayor, that there is a problem there. And you should not have postponed this when you are coming to us, because that thing is contaminating the rivers that our people were supposed to use. You should come with the answer when you come to this area. Now you are coming with the 70% completed treatment plant. You know that that project was abandoned long time ago. But you are saying that people from Mokgalagwena will benefit out of that. Please, can you provide accurate response, because I don't feel that I can simply, we have complaints against you. I can't go to Mokgalagwena, to people from Mokgalagwena and tell them that no, that project that is a white elephant now, you will benefit out of it. We have to respond to those people. They have to benefit out of your services. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. With your permission once again. Yes. Commissioner, you are more than correct to say that indeed it was a disaster. But this does not necessarily mean that as the municipality we don't have a plan. When the acting manager was explaining, he was indicating that the problem there in Mokgalagwena and surrounding, the problem there, they are twofold, whereby there is an issue of spilling that caused by the things that he mentioned and other issues. And also what the technical manager indicated, he indicated that our system there is also obsolete. The system Kabuyona, whereby when we were talking about that one of Masoli wastewater treatment plant, we were not talking of the saying that as the municipality we are not maintaining it. If you can go today, maybe I want just to assure you, because as the leadership of that municipality, we realize that indeed our people are struggling. We then bring all the plumbers in the municipality, because remember, because of that COVID-19, before the president opened, bring us to level 1, they were coming, they were not coming, all of them. We have the acting municipal manager source all of them, all the team, and make sure that while we are still solving that main problem, we must make sure that we maintain. If we can go now, I can rest assure you, I'm not trying to defend myself, the situation is better, but you are more than correct, because we can't come here to defend ourselves, because I know that before you come here, you've already made the studies, people came and complained. Ourselves, as the new leadership, yes, we came in, we are having almost 3 to 4 months, we found that there is situation. And then, like I'm saying, I'm the mayor, but unfortunately, I was a councillor there. I can't even take all the blame to the then leadership. I was part of them. I must also take the responsibility. I can't say the then leadership, they have done this and so and so. But maybe coming to the issue that you have been reiterating to say, why are we telling people about the the long-term solution. Yes, that Masolu wastewater treatment plant is a long-term solution, because as the new leadership, we came in conjunction with the national leadership, the minister himself. Even though you said you are correct that we are the sphere of government, I mean, on its own, people, they don't know the president, they don't know anybody, they came to us. But they are the ones that are assist us to make sure that that project is completed. Because once we can complete it, once that project is completed, we are not going to have this thing of every day. Because the problem of storage, Commissioner, in Maharagwe, like I've said, we have deployed plumbers all over. They can go to one area and fix. In 2 to 3 days' time, the same problem occur again. So they will also go there and fix. But in essence, the people that are going to suffer is what? It's our people. I mean, even though we can't even make an excuse on them. But maybe without defending ourselves and many things, we must stand before the people and apologize and make sure that as the municipality will from time to time make sure that we say this, but we need to come up with a long-term solution. That is why we're emphasizing the issue of Masolu wastewater treatment plant, because we can't come before the commission and say, commission, as the municipality, we are having what we call the intervention we will maintain, because everyday maintenance, you can't sustain it, because you can maintain now, after 2 hours, you are gone. During the night, our people are still experiencing problem. But maybe, Commissioner, if you allow me, maybe for the sake of time, I'm not saying that you are done with the manager. If you still want to go back to him, you can still go. But maybe coming back to the issue that you have mentioned, the issue of people of Hamush. What you are saying, as the mayor, I even once go there. What you are saying to say that the people of Hamush, they have once, with their own collection, which is something that is not permissible in terms of the law, they've made collection of money, they went there to buy material. You know what led to that? Because it is unfortunate that the people of Kokstad, HOD and the teams, they've left. Remember, the reason why our municipality is under Section 139 and 1B is because there are problems. There we need to agree. But the problem that led to that situation, which is also a shocking situation to me as the mayor, whereby members of the community, I mean, we know that the rural village people that are living there, most of them, they depend on grant. Those people that are indigents, when the government gives them money, they don't give them money so that they can buy water. They give them money so that they can feed themselves. So I felt very pain. But another major challenge, I know it is still not the challenge of the human rights. As the intervention that we are coming, we are having the biggest challenge of senior managers, competent senior managers in that municipality. Because if our supply chain department, they spend almost months, because in some area, even though they never mentioned it here, I can't say, there are some areas whereby the community have reported incident, whereby members of the community, they spend almost 3 months waiting for the pass, which is something that is unacceptable. So when, as the mayor, I'll go there as the mayor, because after they don't get anything, myself, I have to go there. Unfortunately, I can't be at all areas at the same time as one mayor, together with my colleagues in the executive committee. But when I get there, you will find the official, something that they were unable to do it in 3 months. The moment the mayor is go there, they will start to respond. But like safe to say, if we are the municipality, because that's why I wanted to say this thing in front of the intervention, because I heard them asking, when we were asking them that they are intervening in the municipality, and what is the impact of their intervention? I mean, you ask them a very important question. Because if you come in the municipality without just one senior manager who's appointed, there I'm not talking of, I mean, all senior managers, starting from the acting municipal manager, all of them, they are on acting. And then when I come in, I wrote to them to say that, look, I came here, I might have willing, I can do whatever I can do, I can present and do whatever I can do to intervene. But if I don't have competent manager that they can do work and for us as we can't do anything. But like I said, this is not an excuse for us not to give people water, because you can't postpone the issue of water. Because like you said, now I'm here. When I get thirsty, I have to drink. So what about our people? But safe to say, we need to apologize to the people of Hamouti, but maybe like you requested a solution. As the mayor, when I live here, after the meetings, I must make sure that, because when I was there that day, I've instructed the official to make sure that in the meantime, they must provide them with the water tankers, which I know that they are still not sustainable. Because we need to find a way that if there is infrastructure there, it needs to be fixed. That infrastructure must be fixed. But generally, you also indicated the issue of poor performance of the official, whereby in terms of spending, when we come to visit, we are at 9%, which is also very devastating. As the political leadership, which our role is to make oversight, what we have undertook, Commissioner, we said each and every week we are having what we call a weekly meeting with the service provider, where we have to, yes, the acting management is correct to say that we have instructed them to say that those service providers who are not performing, you must terminate them, because you know the impact of money that is taken back to the treasury. It also impacts service delivery, because like you are correct, if the national treasurer of the Department of Water and Sanitation say that we've got water, we can't spend here, but while our people they've got water, they don't have water there. This is as a result of incompetence in the administration. But like I'm saying, I can't come and complain to you. I'm the mayor. I have to provide solution. The only solution is for me to get competent officials who can help the people of Mhalakwena to get water, because I can't postpone it. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You finished, you started a thought that you didn't finish, so I'm going to allow you to finish that. The thought was, when I leave this meeting, I am going to, and then you didn't finish that. Please finish that thought.
No, I said in response to the question of Dr. Commissioner Carter there, when we finish here, I'm going to instruct the official to make sure that because the only emergency solution here is to make sure that they are sending water truck in there. And then you'll also tell me that how are you going to know that indeed we have responded to that, so that we are all of us here after the meeting. Thank you.
So how will we know that we have sent that instruction?
So you have to tell me that how am I going to report to you, because I know that there are whistleblowers that they have told you. But from my side as the mayor, maybe the members of the community, I'm not, maybe my apology for using that word. I'm saying that members of the community, they came to report to you. But if you can tell me that, Mayor, I wanted you to tell me that, as we said after the meeting, where must I report to tell you that we have intervened? But like I said, the issue of water tankering is a short-term measure that we can do for now. But the long-term solution, I'm still going to go back there, because as far as I'm concerned, the official is here. I was there myself. So according to me, if maybe I have to
Mr.
report
Mayor,
to you. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I have to come in. We don't have time.
Okay.
The solution, let us agree to this. After this meeting, as you are saying, you will instruct that water be delivered. Yes. As you are saying, rightfully so, water tankering is a temporary measure.
Yes.
So it will not just be today because you came to this meeting that you deliver water.
Yes.
The water must be constant until there is a permanent solution. I'm going to ask you then to make provision, not just for a once-off delivery of water today, but a solution that will say this will be the constant provision of water until a permanent solution is found. And you are asking who should you report that to? The provincial manager is sitting to my right. If you do not have his direct contact number, it will be provided to yourself and your team before you leave today. Following that, Mr. Mayor, you have indicated that you must return to the community in order to then move towards the permanent solution. Could we get an indication of when you project to visit the community? You are not traveling across provinces or across countries, so it's something that you could even do tomorrow. So could we get an indication from you of when you will be visiting the community? And when you do, I would like you to travel with the commission so that it's an extension of this engagement. And it is also an expression of our collaborative efforts to say that we are not fighting each other here. We are holding hands as instructed by the Constitution to support this constitutional democracy. So when you visit, you will visit with the provincial manager and the senior legal officer. Could then we get an indication from you? I'm now going to give you the opportunity. We are out of time. I do not see the need for me to make any further comments or questions to you. The situation in your area is quite clear. Could I get an indication from you of these two issues? And following that, then can we move towards your closing remarks? You only have about 3 minutes for these 3 sessions.
Yeah, thanks very much, Commissioner. Maybe the direct answer for the first question, can we, maybe luckily the manager is also here. Can we do it Monday, maybe tomorrow? You give me an opportunity to get the update so that as and when we go there, we go there with solution. We mustn't go there to check again.
Yeah. I think maybe the best way, yeah.
I think the best way will be for us to arrange a date next week. We can go there together. But what is important is that carry out the commitment to deliver water. When we go there, we're just going to meet with the community and then you will outline what is going to happen. Maybe we just want to be a witness as the SAHRC Commission. But the most important thing is that those people feel like they've been left out. No one cares about them. So that's why they went to an extent of buying materials for themselves. But they're being blocked by the municipality. They don't understand why they're being blocked to resolve their problem.
No, I believe that we agreed. So I will arrange with him for the date next week. But like he requested, I'm still committing that after the meeting, I'll make sure that the people of Hamushi, they are getting water, not only today, as you said, up until we get at least the permanent solution. Even if, like I know, the borehole is still not even permanent solution. The permanent solution is the one of the 2 big pipes that I indicated when I was closing my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mokwele. We appreciate that. Then please do take 2 minutes to offer us your closing remarks if you have any. You might not have any, and that's fine.
Yeah, thanks very much, Commissioner. I believe that the way I deliberated, I don't have any, but from my side, I want also to take this opportunity to thank you and also to be pleased by the words you said, that the reason why all of us who are here, we are not here to harm anybody. We are here to make sure that our people get water, which water is life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mokwele. I would be amiss if I didn't mention this. There are 2 members of your municipality who passed away recently because they were standing up against corruption. One is, I think, a member of the, if I can just bring up that report, You are aware of the two people who recently passed away, so I don't need to mention their names. This is to highlight the dangerous terrain within which you work. You might want to make meaningful change, but then be scared by these recent occurrences. We are highlighting this to offer you further support. We sincerely want you to succeed. You have a great opportunity, Mr. Mokole, because it's hard when a person comes into a context of clean governance, everything is going well. It's harder for them to make a meaningful impact because they're already coming into a context like that. It's easier for you, in fact, to make a meaningful impact because you are starting from a negative. So any positive step you make is going to be felt. So be encouraged. Anything positive that you do in that context will be felt. The South African Human Rights Commission is your friend. Anytime that you need assistance, anytime that you just need maybe to bounce ideas, anytime that you think this is very difficult, especially because you are in a context. The reason that those service providers are not working is because some of them are municipal officials. Yes. So it becomes very difficult for you to work if you're a person of integrity in that kind of context. And you do need assistance from external sources. And we are offering the Commission as your friend in that regard. That will be our way of concluding our engagement with you, which is not really a conclusion. It's a temporary conclusion because if there are any follow-up questions, we will send them to you in writing. And as you say, even by the end of today, you will be in contact with the provincial manager, and next week you will be together. So this is not the end of our engagements. But certainly, anytime that you need to contact us, our doors and our cell phones are open and ready to consult with you. We want to see change in your area. You've got the power to do that. Please do so. With that, we'd like to thank you. We'd like to thank your delegation. We'd like to thank you for your time. We appreciate you. We wish you all the best for the upcoming elections as well. We know that you are in a very intense time currently. So we wish you all the best. And yes, please be protected. You are dismissed.
Thank you.
We will exchange your number with them and we will give you my name. So that we will know.
Thanks.
We'll take lunch now, just maybe 30 minutes. Just maybe before let them know so they don't hear from
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you to the Mayor of Mhalakwena, Montaje Mukwele, and the delegates. We have the Office of the Premier that will follow in the program, Commissioner, but before they come in, may I invite everybody to have a quick lunch of 30 minutes. And now it's 23 minutes past 2. if we are to take our quick 30 minutes lunch, let us come by 10 to 3. Let's make sure we are here by 10 to 3 so that we have time for them. Thank you very much. And the delegation to take the seat over there.
Yes.
Kindly come and take the podium, Mema Gwaza. Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Magwaza from Office of the King.
Jomani.
Yes, Njinji.
Ninjani. Oh, such a good boy. Jomani, welcome. Could I get an indication from you if your delegation will be assisting you in presenting evidence this afternoon?
Yes, Commissioner.
In that case, may I please ask that you join Mama Kwaza. Thank you. Mama Kwaza, do you have any objection, either yourself or your delegation, to taking the oath this afternoon?
No, Commissioner.
No, Commissioner. Thank you very much. In that case, kindly indicate your full names, position, as well as institution for the record, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Sidisiwe Mema Gwaza. Today I'm wearing a cap of the Director General of the province, but my original position, I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for planning, coordination, monitoring and evaluation.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Madimeja Tagias Mabizela. I'm the Chief Director responsible for integrated planning, growth strategies, and growth strategies coordination.
Thank you both. As you have indicated, please remain standing. As you have indicated no objection to taking the oath, kindly raise your right hands. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give this afternoon shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, kindly state, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. You are duly administered. You may take your seat, sir.
Thank you.
Njomane, we will have 25 minutes to listen to your presentation, and thereafter the panel will engage you with questions. The 25 minutes begins now. I will stop you at 5:30 as it is 5:00 now.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're not presenting, but I will take you through the report that we have submitted. But I will also, with your permission, Commissioner, I don't want to go page by page. If you can allow me to talk to it. Okay, thank you. We are responding, Commissioner, to the two issues. The scope and the role and the mandate of the Office of the Premier, and also we have to also indicate to the Commission if we've received complaints and requests for intervention from communities in this regard. For the record, Commissioner, we have submitted all the documents to your office. And just as I start with my presentation, I need to refer to Section 25 of the Constitution that vests the authority for public administration, for provincial administration to the Premier. But then the Premier doesn't do this alone. He is supported by the members of the Executive Council as delegated per function. Also, we are responsible for cooperative governance across the 3 spheres of government. And to effect this responsibility, we have then included COGSTA and Treasury to be part of the process as we coordinate. We also acknowledge, Commissioner, that water is a basic human right, and therefore the provision of basic services is at the core of the work that the Premier is dealing with. And we also acknowledge that water is a requisite for social and economic development, as I would indicate in the later pages. Commissioner, in terms of water provision, unfortunately or unfortunately, the responsibility or the mandate of provision of water falls within the exclusive national competency, which means the office that we have in the province then also reports directly to the minister. And we then provide that support. And the function, as I've indicated, has been delegated to the MEC responsible for local government, human settlements, and traditional affairs. And then, as an office of the Premier, we then task with making sure that overall planning has been performed in the province, and that is expressed in the Limpopo Development Plan, which then is aimed at guiding all the provincial departments, municipalities, and recently we even starting a process where we engaging the private sector, so that they can be in the position to assist us in achieving the targets that we've set for ourselves in the LDP 2020-2025. And in the LDP, our key areas of focus, or our key sectors, is mining, agriculture, and tourism. And if you agree with me, Commissioner, mining and agriculture requires water for it to thrive. And we then say, if we can deliver on the targets that we've set for ourselves in the LDP, we should be able to address poverty, unemployment, and income inequality. So water then becomes very critical to us. And it is for this reason that the Premier has established the Premier's Intergovernmental Forum, where all the executive mayors and the water service authorities, they form part of that forum, including the Department of Water and Sanitation, so that we put the issues of water at the center. So the water issues are then a standing item in the Premier's IGR. But then as a precursor to the Premier's IGR, then the Director General chairs a technical committee, where then all the reports that are going to the Premier's IGR forum are then prepared. But also over the years, at regular intervals, we've been hosting water summits, with the last one held in 2018. In that water summit, we bring together all the stakeholders, including community representatives, so that we can engage, deliberate on the challenges that we're experiencing with water, and then come up with the proposed solutions. In addition, Commissioner, we have established what we call a water infrastructure working group, which is made up of all the water service authorities, the department, and the key sector departments that are responsible for economic development, so that we then deliberate on where are the hotspots in our province, and whether the water services development plans are in place, and if they are in place, then are they implemented, and so on. The other initiative is that we're hosting the presidential and the premier's hotline, where then we're then giving the communities an opportunity or a platform for them to report service delivery complaints, including issues of water. And Commissioner, the Premier is very passionate about making sure that water and sanitation is the priority, together with other basic services like roads. Because when it comes to energy, we're doing much better as the province. Our challenge is the water provision, and therefore he has engaged the minister, even the former minister. They had the discussions on how are we taking the province forward in terms of making sure that we have our communities having access to water, but also are we able to implement our industrialization agenda. And our industrialization agenda talks on issues like the special economic zones. As the Commissioner would know that we have the Musina Makado SZ approved, and before we can even get the record of understanding of decision, after conducting the environment impact assessment, we then had to make sure that water is available. So the minister then was engaged on those matters to make sure that we have the resources that are working, and we're able to then provide water for both social and economic development. The latest, the current minister, who is new in the position, has already visited the province, and we then presented to him all the key water projects that we would like him to intervene, so that they are either completed or they are funded. And the construction of the Musina Dam was one of those projects that we indicated. And also the allocation of water rights for agriculture, because I think the water rights were allocated way, some of the people in this room were not born. And we're then saying to the minister, he needs to then review, so that if you have access water rights, then those people must give them up, so that the emerging farmers can then be able to use that water, so that they can embark on productive activities in terms of agriculture. And I think, Commissioner, those are some of the activities that we are embarked on. And we are really proud to indicate that we try by all means to respond to all the complaints that the communities have registered in our hotlines. And as we speak, our resolution rate is at 90%, making sure that we follow up with the relevant sectors, and we able to then make sure that their complaints are addressed. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga Njomani. You may take your seat as you do. We are now going to take about 25 minutes to engage you, Njomani. I will just ask to quickly just have a quick question to the provincial manager before we proceed. Njomani, there's just a quick 5-minute break that we will require to address something with the provincial manager, and thereafter we shall engage you. So we'll take a 5-minute break. You are still under oath, so maybe if you want to consult with the chief director, please feel free to do so. But please remember you are still under oath. Thank you very much. To attend to something urgent. We are back now, and as indicated, we shall take a similar amount of time to engage you. I will hand over to Dr. Carter first, thereafter the provincial manager, before we move towards closure. Over to you, Dr. Carter.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much, ma'am, on this Friday afternoon. Okay, mine is going to be a very quick, more statement than anything else. You've had an opportunity to listen today to what was being said here. You've had an opportunity also when Cogstar presented to see the types of concerns that the Commission has currently with the provincial capacity of oversight. Because it does not appear that the oversight authorities, whether it be Cogstar, whether it be Water Affairs, whether it be the Office of the Premier, has any teeth. Because out of the 10 water service authorities, and let's put Waterberg not as a water service authority but as a district, let's put them together. Out of the 11 that we heard from, a maximum of 3 might be able to say that they are indeed performing, not 100%, but they are. The rest. And Commissioner Mutuli has this morning very clearly stated that it is trite that there are water resources in the province, but it is connecting the administration to doing what is required to get that water to the communities. Now, similar to Cogstar, who provided the Commission with an overview of what type of coordinating functions they have, your office has done the same. And most of the documents that you provided to us consist of the 2015 or 16 the master plan. So that's also 6 years onwards. And the municipalities are not performing. They are not doing what is required from them. It is every day in the newspapers. You almost do not need a hotline to know that communities are in dire need. And we only have 1 clean audit in the whole province. So DDG, I respectfully hear you when you say you are very proud of the functions that you have been performing. But I'm going to challenge you on that. I cannot see how a province can be proud when there's only 1 clean audit coming from this province. When water service infrastructure grants are returned in bulk back to Treasury, because municipalities are not spending. When the Human Rights Commission sees an increase in access to water complaints, I don't see that the word proud must feature very highly on the words I would use to express the current state in which the municipalities are as water service authorities. I can't. Now, it will be very clear from our report that will emanate from this hearing, and you're welcome to go and look on YouTube as well. All of the recordings of what all of the municipalities said are there. So it is not the Human Rights Commission's thumb sucking it. It will be right there, and the cross-referencing will be possible. But from your side, and we asked this question to Costa as well, what is needed to get the municipalities to do their job? Please don't provide an answer that refers to quarterly meetings with what? Coordination task team with XYZ. What are the key issues and what are needed, and how can we think creatively to address what is clearly a crisis on the ground? So that is, I know it's a Friday afternoon, and asking anyone to think creatively at this stage of the day is a tall task, but I'm sure you are able to muster up the energy, because this has been long outstanding. The hearing has definitely put a limelight on a crisis that is being talked over, with talks of coordination and implementation plans, and we endeavored to, but nothing is happening on the ground that gives tangible differences to our communities. So that is all I have for you for today. Commissioner.
Dr. Carter said she doesn't have a question, but it certainly will be important for you to respond to that input. But perhaps before I give you that opportunity, it would be ideal for you to respond to the input following if there are any specific questions that the provincial manager has to ask, so that part of your commentary back to Dr. Carter forms part of your overall rounding up input. Njoman, over to you, provincial manager.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Director, Director General, because you are now acting. Would you agree with me that the failure of this municipality in the province to provide water is a reflection of dysfunction of the office of the Premier in the province? I just want to have this response. Would you agree with me? Partly you agree with me. Well, I'm happy that you, I don't know which part, but it can be maybe 95.5%. So, yeah, you have indicated here there is a, you indicated that the mining, how mining companies need water to operate, create jobs, fight and poverty, all those things. There is a premier intergovernmental forum. You put the issue, the Premier's office put the issue of water in the center of every program. Water summit, water infrastructure working group, Premier's presidential hotline, Premier engagement with the minister. How does that assist our people when they don't have water? And we have so many of them. How does that assist us? The people of Limpopo want water. The people of Minga want water. The people of Mukhalakwana want water. The people of Skukuni want water. The people of Waterberg want water. How does this, all the thing, where do you meet? Because maybe are you meeting monthly basis, quarterly? What is happening with these forums or committees? Yeah.
Provincial manager, the PIGF, the Premier's Intergovernmental.
I'm going to request less. You'll be preempted, but I'm also going to ask you to remove your mic and your mask. Yes, thank you.
Thanks. The Premier's Intergovernmental Forum meets biannual, which means twice a year. And in that forum, the water service authorities, executive mayors, they account in terms of the plans that they have in place, and if there are challenges, then they need to be able to indicate what are the solutions. And the technical PIGF meets quarterly and is chaired by the Director General. And there, DWS is also, the Department of Water and Sanitation also presents the state of infrastructure rollout in the province.
So please, let us not prolong the answer. Yes, you meet biannual. That is the answer. So what should you discuss in those meetings? Because yes, we are meeting, but the people of Mukhalakwen are protesting for water. The people of Skokun are protesting for water. The people of Mopani district are protesting for water. Vembe district, they are protesting. Capricorn, they are protesting. What is that? I don't understand. You meet and discuss and do what?
Provincial manager, I think I've just said that the executive mayors, they are expected to indicate where they are in terms of water provision, and if there are challenges, and sometimes the challenges are related to the different roles and responsibilities across the sphere of government. So then our responsibility then is then to make sure that we pick up those issues, follow them up with the relevant, as I've indicated, that the Premier has had a meeting with the Minister. And the Minister, fortunately now, and I think it's an open secret, Manager, that the Department of Water and Sanitation had not been having resources for a better part of the previous administration. And therefore, some of the projects that the Premier was discussing with the current Minister are projects that we think that as a province, if they are completed and implemented, they will then alleviate the problems that we are having.
Sorry, DG, that is not correct. DWS presented here yesterday that your municipality have returned money unspent. So I don't know which DWS you are talking about when you are saying that they don't have money. Your municipality returned money that was allocated, that was granted to them as a grant from their department. They don't spend. It's not about the issue of lack of funding. Let us not go there because we receive, unless otherwise, your office is saying that there's no money, and they're speaking on behalf of the department which is national. The national department said that they have money. So you are speaking on behalf of the department that was already presented before the commission that they don't have money. So that cannot be correct. Speak on behalf of your office, the office of the Premier, which is the highest office in the province. So my question is, what do they do? When you wake up in the morning, you don't even deliver water. It's not your responsibility to agree. You don't even provide education or anything. You as the office of the Premier, no matter how many you are in that office, which might be the biggest office in the country, what do you do when you go to the office in the morning if you can't even monitor whether these departments under you are performing or not? Because receiving the report and having a discussion does not take water to the people. You'll agree with me on that one. We can have we have this hearing, all right? I want to make this clear. This hearing does not take water to the people. This hearing is just part of execution of the mandate of the Human Rights Commission. But if we can take this report and put it in our shelves, it does not benefit anyone. It does not benefit our people. We are useless. We will be useless also as the Human Rights Commission. But if after this meeting, when the commissioner leaves this province, we remain here, we hold each and every one of you to account and also take you to court to force you to do what you're supposed to do. If you are not delivering, that is the only way our people will benefit. But I'm concerned. I'm very much concerned that I don't know all this forum that you are creating. You are creating to benefit who? To have a lunch, to develop reports, and say I have a plan. In the next meeting it will be another plan. In the next meeting it's another plan. Can't we? You tell us how does this benefit people from Mukhala? Those people who are staying in Mukhalakwena, those people who are staying in Mopani district, those people who are staying in Ivembe and Skukun. I want to know from yourself as the Premier's office, when you say you have a report, what is that you do with this report?
Provincial Manager, I've just indicated that we raise the issues with the relevant competent office, which is DWS. But then in cases where we don't receive joy, those issues are escalated to the DG and the Minister. And as I've indicated, on request of the Premier, he has met with the current Minister and the former Minister. Because we take the issue of water seriously. And we're saying that we need to make sure that there is water that is coming out of it.
Maybe let me repeat myself. I'm not talking about the issue of taking up the issues to another level after the other. I'm saying, in your monitoring or holding this municipality accountable, this water authority accountable, when you meet with the minister, when you meet with the relevant department, when there is no delivery, when you are in this province and you hear that there's a protest for water in Skukun, hence you have a report, what do you do at the Premier's office?
It seems Mr. Marisela wants to assist.
Good afternoon, Commissioner and Provincial Leader. What Ms. Magwaza was saying on the issue of money for projects in the province holds. We have schemes which, if they were of the province. Not so long ago, we had Mohalakwe municipality here. They were talking about a scheme which was planned many years ago. The phase 2B scheme from Oliphants. That scheme can assist to unlock water provision in Mohalakwe. It can assist in unlocking water provision in Polokwane and even in other parts of Sikukuni. But because of lack of adequate financial resources for the department, they are not able to implement it. And then insofar as making sure that institutions...
So which department are you referring to?
The DWS.
But they were here yesterday.
No, I saw the clip myself as well on the live streaming. Ms. Lucy Kobe was here and she was indicating there are different, in water value chain, there are different projects that are being implemented and they require different resources. She was accounting on issues related to WISIC, to RPIC, and also the MIG. But
okay. Please let us not be technical here.
Okay.
Whatever that we are saying
let me cut this short because I'm saying our people do not have water.
Absolutely.
Let us talk this English, it's fine. But we are not going to talk English, we are going to talk about water. We want to understand why your office of the Premier is not holding those who are supposed to deliver water to our people accountable. The rest of the issue, if it's about the lack of funds and all those things, we had HOD from DSW telling us that the municipality must follow the right process to apply for grant. That is what is needed. Whether it's conditional grant, if they are conditioned, yes, that is fine, because when you spend, you can't just be given money and then you go and do your own thing. There must be condition. If you realize that there's no water in the area and you want to create what you want to build a dam or whatever, apply properly and have our people water. It's embarrassing that we are sitting here talking about water, whereas she said yesterday that she's spending plus or minus 40%, if I'm not mistaken. And just imagine an ordinary citizen who's sitting somewhere in the rural area without water. And we have your office as office of the Premier. To me, you do not understand my question. You are still talking about the planning, the issue of the budget. She said the money is there. So, she said money is there. We can organize a meeting if it need be with her. Because the moment a government official indicates that there is a money, but the municipality must apply for grant, there is money that is being returned to Treasury. That is a fact. So what are we doing? What are we being paid for as the government officials?
Okay, we move from a premise that we can point at what is happening with pride as a highlight of what government should be doing in respect of ensuring that people receive water.
So you're, in other words, if you can't point at what you are doing with pride, can you admit that you are failing our people?
Yes,
because when you look back at what we have done, I think that is the nature of a human being, that when I look back, I must say, yeah, I'm proud of what I've done. So if you cannot be proud as the office of the Premier, which department should think that you think that should be proud? If the office of the Premier cannot be proud of what they are doing in this province, which department do you think should be proud of what they are doing?
Okay, can I give context to that with due respect?
Yes.
Yes, I'm saying we can't point at what is happening with pride. Fundamentally because the dignity and pride of our people is at stake when they don't have water. It's a challenge that is confronting us, and it's a challenge that we are working on as the office. We are determined, without a fear of contradiction, to make sure that these things of water provision receive priority attention in all the service delivery implementation programs. For instance, the DDG was talking about the fact that we have quarterly meetings and so on. But also, it is important to point out that some of the key water services projects are contained in our infrastructure cluster program of action, which shows that as we are working as the Office of the Premier, providing a coordinating role and strategic leadership, we make sure that these things of all the municipalities.
Sorry, you are giving a long story. There's no strategic leadership that cannot yield good results. If you are saying that it's a strategic leadership, it must have, our people must have water. I don't want us to be technical. We must be honest with each other here. This is the highest office in the province. And if things are not right in this level, we must not expect any service from any department, because there will be no one to hold them accountable. So our people are protesting daily. You are from this province, you know about those things. So another thing, the meeting, all these forums, Commissioner, I'm one of those people who sometimes withdraw from their meetings because they are full of talking, no action, talking. The office of the Premier was supposed to take a lead. When our people are protesting, you need to stand up and check who is responsible. But the office of the Premier is not performing. If If the office of the Premier is not performing, obviously this province will not go anywhere. We are not going to go anywhere. All these presentations that they've done here, I'm happy that you were following. You know where the problems are now. You are following this discussion. You are following this hearing. You know where the problems are. But you are here again, not giving us assurance that you are going to change. Why don't you dismantle all these committees of the Premier Integrated Forum, whatever that you're talking about, and take a report from the municipality and say, the community of Amoshi does not have water. What are you going to do as a municipality? Leave this thing of committees and all those things. And hold them accountable directly. We are committing as the Human Rights Commission that we will visit areas after this hearing. Already while we are sitting here, all the commitments that have been made, if you go to what is the name of the Mama Hule? The truck is already there with water. I'm already received the message that we have got water. We thank you, Human Rights Commission. The office of the Premier was aware of that situation from a long time ago. But those people have to run to the Commission and report government officials, government institutions to the Human Rights Commission so that they can get water. For the first time in their lifetime, they've got water today. Delivered by the local municipality. They've confirmed that we have water, thank you. So why should it takes us 2 days, a day, if I'm not mistaken, a day to get them water. But your mandate is more or less ours. You hold them accountable. So you can't sit before us and defend the report. We don't want to hear report. We have a report you submitted. I didn't even go through it. I want our people to have water. That's me. You are not going to change our approach. Let us talk when our people have water. Because this does not take water to the people. It's more of administrative and bureaucratic processes that does not yield any good results. We want assurance from you. You heard what these people are saying. When we develop a report, we should share with you so that you assist us in monitoring the implementation of this report and the recommendation from the Human Rights Commission. We will be happy if we work with this office because with this office we know things can change.
Dr. Carter wants to comment. Just a quick follow-up, and that is to supplement what Mr. Mavidula has already said. But you're saying that prioritizing water in the province, and when we just look at your own submission, in February, the state of the province, there was a commitment to meet with Water Affairs Minister. Then we get into June to a virtual meeting to discuss challenges. That's now March, April, May, June. That's 4 months again. How many days? 1 day for water provision to Mama Kulene, 1 day. Then we get to August, where you drafted a letter. Then there was a new minister. You actually put it in here as a reason why that thing could not. And then in September we have a visit. That's now from February. I don't know whether the government departments have become so complacent with time passing that as that happens, people on the ground do not have the basic needs met. But you literally put, as a report to the Human Rights Commission, that you wrote a letter as an output. And that cannot be, we can't be proud of that. I am so sorry. It is disheartening. And then, before we allow you to respond, ma'am, you've indicated that you will meet with the municipalities at these forums and they will provide a report. And where there are challenges, you will follow up. Who's going to identify these challenges? The municipalities themselves. The municipalities who came before the Human Rights Commission, not mentioning one word about not spending on their WISEG infrastructure grants. Where we had to pull it out of them. Where they say not one word. So you just then take their word. To say once there's challenges, you will write a letter every 4 months. I'm just concerned because as an oversight body, are you able, maybe give us some light at the end of the tunnel. when these municipalities do report on what they are doing, etc., are you able and do you have the capacity possibly to go to the ground to test whether this is in fact true? Because what COCTA has also indicated to us with several, I think it's the MIG grant, where it's 100% fulfilled, but when they actually go to the project, there's nothing. And we've seen in the news recently of millions of rands being spent on projects that definitely do not, that's not worth what the taxpayers had put into it. So I'm actually asking, but I'm also pleading. Are you able to go and check that what these mayors are saying in these meetings are in fact true? And like Mr. Mabidula is saying, and then, what happens then? How do we hold them to account? Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Kata. Over to you, John.
Difficult afternoon. Commissioner, we are alive to the frustrations that the Commission is indicating, because I think it is also in our interest that there's water running in the taps, whether it's a communal tap or it's a standpipe in the household. And we rely on different stakeholders to then play their role. DWS is responsible for providing the source of water. The water service authorities are responsible for providing a bulk infrastructure, and between the water service authorities and municipalities, they are then also responsible for reticulation. It is an issue that we've invested a lot of time in dealing with, but I want to then also indicate that there are limits in terms of the IGR regime that we're working within. The Premier cannot just, can call them executive mayor to account, but there is a certain process that he has to follow if there will be consequences. I'll make a classic example where the Premier was very perturbed with the Guyana project. But the problem with that, he couldn't intervene because the contractual agreement is between the Department of Water and Sanitation and the contractor. All what we could do as the office was to write, to escalate the issues to the President, so that we can then account of what we have done to try and resolve that issue, and what is it that we're proposing should happen in terms of the department. So sometimes we are hamstrung by our IGR processes and the regime, but I can assure the Commission that we're really on top of the issues in terms of making sure that everyone, maybe then the last point that the provincial manager is interested in, then what to communities. And that is the purpose why we are engaging in this function to start with, to make sure that our communities have got water for survival, but also to make sure that they can create economic opportunities for them to be able to get out of poverty.
Thank you. I see Mr. Mabitsela wants to come in. Mr. Mabitsela, before you do you have anything that hasn't been said that you want to say? You have something real to say?
No. I just want to, Mr. Mabidula extended a hand to us that the Commission would want to work with us. Yes. And we are receiving that hand as the Office of the Premier. We would want to work with yourselves, particularly on the area of monitoring and evaluation, and to assist in ensuring that there is an enforcement of implementation of plans, because it is important that we are able to implement the plans that we develop. The criticism that we normally receive as government is that we churn out good plans on paper, but they don't get implemented. So we believe that if we work with yourselves, and create this symbiotic relationship, we will be able to make an impact, particularly because government does not exist for its own sake. We exist so that we can change the livelihoods of the people.
Thank you, Mr. Mabitsela. Could you tell us what is in the files you are carrying today?
It's the submission, the one that we submitted.
That looks like more than what we have.
It is with other documents, personal documents.
Personal documents?
Not related to that, in other words.
So why are they in the same brown folder as your work documents?
Oh, no. Here we are on a hearing to deal with water matters, but we also deal with other matters in the office. So we have the documents with us here.
I'm very confused why this is funny and also. You are here to deal with water issues. You were sitting there with those files. You stood there. You took those files out of your car. You say one are personal. Then you say no, we deal with other issues. So are those other issues that you deal with personal? And why did you bring your personal issues from the car when you are now under oath to speak about issues related to water in the Premier's office?
The files are here because there is information in them that I had to deal with as I'm waiting for the process for us to come and appear before the commission. But it does not mean that when I say personal, I mean that they are my private personal things. They are personal because they are not related to this commission.
It's just a matter of English.
Yeah, it's a matter of maybe getting lost in translation.
Okay, now I understand. Joan, you mentioned this forum that you sit in as the Premier's office where municipal managers come and they tell you about all of their problems and then you take the problems and you intervene. Could you give us 3 of your latest examples of situations where the municipal mayors or managers gave you issues and how did you intervene and what was the result of that? Just maybe 3 of your most recent which you remember.
I think the first one I've already indicated, the Vianney project.
Yes.
We then have to collect information on what went wrong in that project, and we then wrote a report to the president. And some of the issues that we raised there is the issue that that project was initially, when it started, it was supposed to cost 500 million. But then at the end, 3 billion was spent.
Thanks, Njamane. We know the details of the project, so we don't have to go into that. Can you give me the other 2, please? Sorry, it's just that we are squeezed for time, so I must push you to the specifics.
The other one is the one that Mr. Mabitsela was talking about, the one that will unlock water that goes to water bank. Because we have identified provincial growth points. Those are municipalities that have got a potential for economic development. Lipalale is one of them, Musina and Makalo is one of them. And therefore we then had to make sure that that project is resuscitated. And there was a standoff between the mines and the Department of Water and Sanitation, because they have estimated that project will cost 7 billion. And the mines are saying, if you give us this project, because we do need this water also, as much as Mkhalakwena wants the water. But we'll implement this project for 3 billion. And then we then said we engage with department. And as we speak now, the Minister of Infrastructure has then gazetted that project as a project that needs to be implemented. And the work has then commenced. And what is then outstanding in terms of the actions that needs to be taken is that we need to then have that discussion with the implementing agent of the Department of Water and Sanitation, which is TCTA. I don't know the full name. And then and engage with the mines with the aim of making sure that we resolve that impasse. Because the mines are saying if you spend 7 billion, it means then the tariffs for us will be higher. So we then need to find a solution on how to deal with this, and that meeting then is pending. The other issue is the issue around the construction of the Musina dam. The feasibility study was conducted by the province, and we then identify that for funding by the Department of Water and Sanitation. And as we speak now, we're engaging the department so that they can try and commit certain resources so that we can start with the construction. And the work has happened where we've engaged the Infrastructure South Africa in the presidency to then fund that project. It will be a joint project between the province and Zimbabwe. And those are some of the examples that we're saying that where there's an opportunity for us to deal with project-specific issues, we then come in as an office to assist both the municipality and the department. Because in this case, the construction of the dam will benefit the special economic zone that is designated in Musina Mercado, but then that dam will also make sure that the water is utilized throughout the Vembe district, and also it can then move upstream to Capricorn.
Thank you, Njomani. What is the name of the forum?
Which one?
The one you are referring to.
Oh,
where you receive all of these issues.
It's the Infrastructure Technical Working Group.
Infrastructure Technical Working Group.
But there is a lot of other connecting structures where we discuss these issues. An example is the SEZ Steering Committee, where we then deal with some of the issues that are specific to the SEZ. The other issue that I just want to indicate is the fact that we have learned lessons in terms of how can we improve our coordination.
This Infrastructure Technical Working Group, who chairs it?
It's chaired by Mr. Mabitsela, but we've then resolved recently that it will then be chaired by myself moving forward, so that we elevate the issues of water, starting with the next door.
Does Mr. Mabitsela report to you in your capacity as DG?
Yes.
You mentioned a forum where municipal mayors and executive mayors go to lodge their complaints. That forum, is that the same forum that is chaired by Mr. Mabitsela?
No. That forum is the one that is chaired by the Premier.
That is the forum I'm asking you about.
Okay.
When I said, what is the forum where the mayors come? Because that's the forum you were talking about. You had not introduced the Infrastructure Technical Working Group before in your presentation.
No, I did. But it's fine.
In your response, I'm speaking to.
No, that's one where the executive mayors, it's a political forum that is chaired by the Premier. That's the one that happens twice a year.
You said at that forum, the executive mayors you were responding to a question posed to you by Dr. Carter. The executive mayors come with examples of where there are gaps in their own processes of delivering water. The Premier's office takes those issues and tries to find ways to address them. I asked you to give me 3 examples. Are those examples that you gave me from the Infrastructure Technical Working Group, or are they from this forum, the Premier's forum?
No, they are from the Premier's forum. Remember, these structures, they culminate into the Premier's, it's when we're working in preparation for the PIGF.
You don't mind?
Yes.
I asked you specifically about the forum you mentioned in response to Dr. Carter. And I said, in relation to that forum, I didn't give the specific name because I didn't know it.
Okay.
Can you give me 3 examples of when the forum intervened? You gave those examples.
Okay.
Then I said, what is the name of that forum?
Okay.
And you said it's the Infrastructure Technical Working Group. Now I'm seeking clarity to say who chairs the forum. And you say it's Mr. Mabitsela. Probing you further, it turns out that those examples you are giving are not from Mr. Mabitsela's technical working group. They are from this other Premier's forum. Do you understand where the discrepancies are?
Okay, Commissioner, I understood your question to be saying, as the Office of the Premier, can I mention 3 issues that we've taken up and then dealt with them? So that's how I understood your question. And then if I misunderstood, I apologize. Because the structures are not existing on their own. They exist, we process the issues up to the level of the Premier's IGR. And we also take issues emanating from the PIGF for implementation and follow-up.
The people who are watching us on Facebook don't know what the PIGF is.
It's the Premier's Intergovernmental Forum.
Is that the forum that's where the executive mayor sits? Yes. Please repeat the name of that forum.
The forum is the Premier's Intergovernmental Forum.
Premier's Intergovernmental Forum.
Yes.
What is the relationship between the Premier's Intergovernmental Forum and the Infrastructure Technical Working Group?
The Infrastructure Technical Working Group it's at the operational level, which means the water service authorities at the level of directors or director technical services. Together, they then meet, discuss these issues. There's also a technical Premier's Intergovernmental Forum that is chaired by the DG. And then those reports, then they go to the forum. Before they go to the forum for the Premier's Intergovernmental Forum.
Okay. We understand that government has many layers of democracy. So there is the forum that is chaired by Mr. Mabitsela at the level of the Chief Director. Is there another forum that is chaired by a director that reports to Mr. Mabitsela?
No.
So this is the first level of the forum.
Yes.
Following the level of Chief Director, there's another level. Is that I'm going to now assume it goes from the directors technical to
the
MMs.
To the MMs, they sit in the technical one that is chaired by the DG.
Yes. So then there's Mabitsela's forum. These are all water forums.
Yes.
Mabitsela's forum. Then there is
the DG's forum.
Then there is the DG's forum. Yes. From there, it goes to the Premier's forum.
Yes.
The DG's forum, on the agenda of the DG's forum, are issues that have been elevated from Mabitsela's Infrastructure Technical Working Group.
Yes.
Okay. Now, thank you very much for clarifying that. We will request as the Commission, in your capacity as the Director General, for you to provide us with your last 3 reports. I understand before maybe we request this. The Premier's Forum sits twice a year. How often does the DG's Forum sit?
It's quarterly. It's quarterly, Commissioner.
Okay, so twice a year, and then the other one is 4 times a year, and then the Infrastructure Technical Working Group?
It's quarterly.
It's also 4 times a year. Okay. So could you give us the last 4 reports from Mabitsela, the last 4 reports from the DG's Technical Forum, and then the last 2 reports from the Premier's Forum? In order that you don't feel that you are pressured and you give false information, can I get an indication from you, understanding your own availability of documentation within your office, when is realistically the earliest that you can provide us with reports?
Can I request Mr. Malizela, because next week I'm attending a course, so he will then be left behind, and just because I think
we can confirm that already we have provided some. It's just that maybe the chairperson did not peruse the documents. We have provided the report for the last meeting. Then we will make the other ones available, the other 3 available for the Water Infrastructure Technical Working Group. And we will check with the Premier's Intergovernmental Forum Technical Committee if we can make the documents available by next week Friday.
And the Premier's?
Both, because the Technical Working Group is also responsible for the records of the political structure.
So you will check if you can provide them to us by Friday?
We intend to provide them by Friday. We will confirm.
When will you confirm?
Monday.
On Monday?
Yes.
So on Monday, we are making note that on Monday, by end of business, you will inform the Commission through the Provincial Manager whether by Friday the 29th you will be able to provide those other 9 reports.
Yes.
Now, just a point of clarification, there's only one chairperson in this hearing. The Provincial Manager indicated that he didn't read the file, and he's not the chairperson.
Oh.
So when you say that the chairperson didn't read it, it's false information.
I withdraw.
Accepted. Now, Mr. Mabitsela, while you have the floor, you were speaking to certain schemes when the Provincial Manager was engaging you with regards to the Department of Water and Sanitation, because the issue was that there's money in the Department of Water and Sanitation and that money is not being utilized, whereas you are coming and saying some of the issues are funding. And the argument you were making was that the Provincial Manager is only referring to MIG and WISIR, but there are other schemes. And you did not finish your thought. I thought that it was important that you be given the opportunity to finish the thought that you were presenting, to say that what are those other schemes? Because if you are saying that, we sat here with the Department of Water and Sanitation, and to us, it was revealed as you watched that the schemes that refer to the issues that we are discussing are MIG and WISIR. So if you are saying there are other schemes, you must then be given the opportunity to elaborate, and also then elaborate how they relate to WISIR and MIG. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will use the one of phase 2B Olifants scheme. It's a scheme that will assist in providing bulk infrastructure for water provision. Has the responsibility of reticulation. They are going to connect on the bulk that will be provided by the phase 2B scheme that I was referring to, then the money for that scheme is the one that was not available or is not available, you see. The one that will assist in making sure that eventually the municipalities are able to connect for reticulation purposes. And then that is the scheme that I was talking about.
Sir, I am lost. And you can imagine that if I'm lost, Mr. Mlauti somewhere in Tando who's watching through his son's Facebook is proper lost. I'm going to give you the opportunity. Jomana, I see you want to come in, but I want to give the opportunity again to the Chief Director to explain what this phase 2B means in a language that Mr. Mulawuzi will understand.
Okay. There is a scheme.
Speak to him rather and not me, because there's an assumption that I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, so in that language.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I indicated that in respect of water provision, there is a value chain that is being followed. There are projects that are implemented directly by the Department of Water and Sanitation, and they relate to schemes, bulk infrastructure. So when the department has provided bulk infrastructure, the municipality, through the grants that were referred to, are able to implement, because municipalities are implementing agents of the Department of Water and Sanitation, as they were indicating. So municipalities are going to be given money so that they can implement reticulation pipelines that will take water to the households and communal taps and so on. So that scheme that I was talking about is the one that is directly supposed to be implemented by Department of Water and Sanitation. That is what I'm saying. I hope I'm clear.
So who is responsible for funding these schemes? Or how many schemes are there? Is it one scheme, or are there many schemes within this structure of bulk water that is the responsibility of the Department of Water and Sanitation?
I will not remember them all from the top of my head, but it's not one. It's not one scheme. I will not remember them from the top of my head, but it's not one scheme. It's a number of them. They are bulk, big projects that if they are implemented, they will assist in resolving water challenges.
Who is responsible for funding these schemes?
The department itself, through Treasury. It has to prepare its own documents and then request money for funding for those schemes from the National Treasury.
How long have you been in the position you are in?
This is my 7th, if not 8th year.
In your experience, how do you make sense yourself of the relationship between this unfunded, or these unfunded schemes, if we may put it that way, that are vested as the responsibility of the Department of Water and Sanitation on the one hand, and on the other hand, this MIG and WISIR grants that are, many of them are unused by municipalities and they come back. How, in your view, with the totality of the experience you have, how do you make sense of the relationship between these two? The question is going to be two-pronged. One, how do you make sense as a senior manager in the Premier's office? Secondly, how do you help Mr. Mlawuzi in Tayando to make sense of it?
To respond to that question, I can say the issue of water provision is a responsibility that is also it's a responsibility of Department of Water and Sanitation. but also municipalities have a role to play in respect of provision of water. So there has to be a bulk, there has to be a source where water is derived from, so that the municipalities, as they implement their reticulation, they will be able to connect. But for a layman, it's like, how do I put it in a very simple way? The responsibility is cascading, so to say. You have water and sanitation that has major or big projects that it is implementing in order, like Nandoni Dam, like the Rope Dam. They were constructed mainly by the department. Then when those dams are constructed, you have the municipality that has to also connect to the source and then make water to be available to the households. That's how simple I can put it.
The provincial manager, I'm going to give him the opportunity to respond to this, being the head of the province. He certainly has some kind of response to this. Maybe let me pause here. And before he comes in, Njomane, there's something burning you wanted to say, and I gave back to Mr. Mabitsela. Do you still have that burning comment?
He has touched on it.
That's fine then. Provincial manager.
Thank you. Maybe one will start by commenting. When you respond, you can see that commissioner is struggling to understand you. But you refer to a layman. I want to be categorized to the laymen. I don't have to be sophisticated when I need water. I don't have to understand all these phases that you are talking about. And I don't have to understand the government operation. I'm a layman. I just know that there's a government that we have voted for. It's in power, must supply water. What I know is that I've got the rights, it's a Bill of Rights, to access water. So can we reduce our language? Because people are listening down there. They need to understand. In the morning, I raised a concern. You were sitting here about the acronym that have been used, all those things. If you go to Hamutoti, the community that was moved out of Nandoni, and you make this presentation that you are making about IMG, PG, what, and all those, they won't understand you. So we are doing this to benefit our people as the Human Rights Commission. We want our people to understand that our government is in the process of doing something for them. And don't miss this opportunity to tell the people what the government is doing. But since we are sitting here, if the commissioner is struggling to understand what we are talking about, imagine the people who are listening. We can dig deeper, we can ask questions, but if we struggle to understand, let alone those issues that we are talking about. We are saying, as the Human Rights Commission, DWS presented to us and say, even to for the aging infrastructure, or you want to create a reticulation or whatever, the municipality can apply for that grant to make sure that we fund them. She also went to say, when she's assessed by the national department with regard to her performance, for her performance, when she returned billions of rands back to the department, it went against her. It's like she's unable to spend. Then the money is there. Then my question to you, you are mentioning all this unfinished or planned project, which you are not even providing the time frame as to when this project will benefit our people. It's like we are always in the planning process. This is what we are as the government now, or as the institutions now. Every time it's in the planning process. Can we stop planning and implement? How difficult? We don't need the additional plan. Can we just agree with you that the plan is there? It means that if there is a certain infrastructure that is not completed because of funding, then we approach, we follow the right process. We are not saying that the people must just go to the DWS and take money. No, that's not what we're saying. Me and you knows how to get the money from DWS. Instead of speaking on their behalf and say they don't have money, let us go and request money from them and deliver water to our people. That will be the only solution. The thing of just saying this and that is not going to assist us. I'm just concerned that I'm already have an undertaking from here and from yourself that we are going to work together. We don't want a plan that is gathering dust now. We don't want another plan from municipality. All of them, they said that they plan. They have already indicated that they plan. If they lied here, the Matters Commission have the powers to take action against them if they lied before the commission. So we don't have any problem. If they presented that they have a plan, like for example, from Mwinga village, they said that they have a plan and we are going to engage, we will visit that place and engage with them now one-on-one between the commission and them and the community. We want to know, you said you have a plan, where's the plan? Why is it not implemented? We can't talk about the budget. We can talk about incompetent people who does not know how to approach the DWS. That is incompetency. It's not the lack of money, but incompetent government officials. There is a difference between the two. So let us work together and hold these people accountable. I want us to be united. We want our people to have water. That is if we can agree on that with me, I will be happy all the whole time.
Agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Mabitsela. I'm now going to give you the opportunity. Our time with you is done. But I'll start with you, Chief Director. You had started to allude, to agree that there certainly is room and space for collaboration and working together with the Commission. Please identify the exact areas of opportunity that you foresee. I'll give you that opportunity and just 3 minutes in total. And then I will hand over to the acting DG for her closing remarks, as well as acting DG, your identification of where those opportunities are.
The greatest opportunity that I see we can work on is the issue of monitoring and evaluation. On the area of monitoring and evaluation, I think we can work very closely because that is what the Commission normally does. So that when there are issues that are raised, we are able to tackle them together. But there is also an elephant in the room that the DDG touched on in her presentation. The issue of water license rights. Water user rights, yes. The lion's share of the rights are in the hands of agriculture. It has approximately 60% of the rights. And we are at a point where, as you were saying in the previous engagement, that water is available, but what is not good is management. I think if we can review, have a way in which there are policies that are put in place to assist in reviewing the water license rights, it will assist in making water available for historically disadvantaged groups. So it is important that we should work together on that one as well.
The provincial manager has something quick to respond to that. Very quickly, provincial manager.
Let us not, I've been talking about shifting the goalpost now. The issue is not about the policy, We have Nandoni Dam. That dam is not for farming. Surrounding villages there, they don't have water. So let us not talk about the policy. We are not going to change policies for now. If there is a process to change policies, will be done. Now we are going to hold municipality accountable for what they are not doing. Let us not talk about the policy. I don't want to get into a technical argument here to say we agree that we are going to look into the policy. We are going to check in their plan. We are going to look if they applied for grant from the DWS, and also to inquire why they've returned money that was supposed to benefit our people. Those are the three things that we're going to look at. The other issue of the policy, we'll look at that another day. We have dams that are full, but people are not getting water.
Thanks, Provincial Manager. Mr. Mabitse.
Yeah, I think I was requested to offer ideas, but if the Commissioner feels very strongly that we should tailor our focus on making sure that people get water, I think that is what we should do.
Over to you, Norman.
Thanks, Commissioner. I hope I will also be doing the closing remarks.
Yes.
Firstly, I would want to welcome the opportunity to come to the Commission because our goal and our existence as the office, and I'm talking now about my job description, we exist to make sure that basic services are received by our communities. We exist to make sure that there's good governance. And then, therefore, I will be failing in my responsibilities if I can then not account for those issues. And therefore, welcome the inquiry and therefore commit the DG of the province that we are going to hold hands with the Commission. Maybe I will lean on you so that because you have a legal weaponry, so that we then make sure that the people who are given the responsibility are actually dispensing that responsibility. I think I will really appreciate that. And also commit that in our everyday struggle, we will continue to push. We'll continue to make sure that we make this province a better place to live. And that's what, if I have to retire in the next few years, I would have said, this is what I have achieved. And we then really appreciate the opportunity, and we accept some of the criticisms, some of them are harsh, but I think it's a reality that if communities don't have water, actually what kind of a life are we subjecting them to? So we are we've put all the measures in place. We then just have to make sure that we carry through with those plans and deliver in terms of the impact. And we just using the President's pronouncement on the district development model, because then it says to us we need to do things differently. All the people that have resources allocated to them, they need to use them prudently, and there has to be an impact. And we have registered this with, earlier on I spoke to the relationship that we have with Treasury and Coxstar. And we are saying, with the current Limpopo development plan that we are implementing, we have set a target that we want to make sure that 90% of our citizens have got access to water. And how that we will realize is when we make sure that we put our house in order and use the resources that are available. I normally say to colleagues that it should be criminal for officials to be given resources from the fiscus and they are not utilizing them, and then they return back. Because normally remind them that this, in some cases, is borrowed money, and we have to service the loans. And I'm saying then we need to then make sure that we just tighten our screws and make sure that people are accountable where they are supposed to be accountable. And we started a process where we have developed the Limpopo implementation plan, where all the districts, we said to them, what will be your contribution to the targets that we've set for the province? And therefore they need to show that by the projects that they are going to align to the Limpopo development plan. But we've also said to Treasury, we must now check when we allocate resources, that we allocate resources for that vision that we want to achieve. It might be the 2030 vision of the MDP, but then in the Limpopo we've got the 5-year LDP for 2020-2025, and we're saying if we can take that step forward, we can improve the lives of our people, of the people. Thank you.
We certainly wish you all the best. Being closer, as you say, to retirement and wanting, coming out of your own mouth, wanting to leave a legacy. I think when you resign, Mabitsela might want to take your position. So you want to leave an example for him as well. You want to leave some kind of legacy. We are here to assist you to do that. And by virtue of being closer to retirement, means that you were an adult, a thinking adult, in a time where you were considered less than human, and you. It's a very recent past. And those who considered you too less than human are ecstatic when we do this thing. Planning, documents, big words, going nowhere. There's a question that is asked in many different forums, by many different people, in many different ways. That question is, what happens to slaves when they become the master? What happens to the former oppressed when they become free? In those many different forums, many of them related, some of them unrelated, there's a common understanding and common answer, which is that the likelihood is that they want to become like the master. They fought all these years, their core fighters died. And when they get the opportunity to sit at the table, all they really want to do is wear the clothes of the master, eat the food of the master, oppress the slaves just like the master. That is well established. It's not coming from me. So when we do all of this jiva-jiva thing we are doing, we are proving all of those sentiments right. I'm begging, begging, begging. Let us stop it. Let us stop it, and we've got the power. It doesn't matter how educated we are and how big the English we know is, or the abbreviations or the big words. It doesn't really matter. We will die with those big words, and we will leave a mess. And it won't matter at the end of the day. What will matter is whether, while we were here, we did the work that we were supposed to do. That's all I can say for now, Jomane and you, Mr. Mabitsela. I'm very glad you've been here the whole day. It's very pleasing to see that, because then you've taken in, and I'm glad that you've been watching also on YouTube and other streaming services. And I encourage you as well, Njomane, if you didn't, to please go back. It's recorded, it's on our platforms, so that you can come to an understanding of what's the lay of the field in this province. You spoke of the issue of water user rights, and they are historic. We can't run away from that, and we can't not fix that. There's a reason that you've raised that as a response to the question of what needs to be done. I'm going to then encourage you to provide or furnish the Commission with a report that helps us with a conceptual understanding of what you understand and where you foresee the gaps are, and where you identify the opportunities to be in relation to a systematic addressing of the issue of the historic problem with water use. You can then write to the provincial manager to indicate to him when you might be able to submit that. That will be all from us, Njomane and yourself, Mr. Magitsela. Thank you very much for your time. We wish you all the best. We wish you courage, and we wish you a lot of work before you retire, Njomane, so that when you go and sit down, you can point to others and say, I did that, I did that. Those people are alive because of me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Office of the Premier Limpopo. Now I will hand over to Dr. Eileen Carter, our Senior Legal Officer, for a quick overview and wrap up before I then hand over back to Commissioner Ntuli for the remarks and national. Yeah, thank you. Our Commissioner, can I suggest a quick leg stretch?
2 seconds.
2 seconds. Okay.
Thank you very much, Manake. I'm done, not joking. It was a very fruitful day again, and a very long day. We've heard mostly from the local municipalities that fall within the Waterberg district, and they uniquely are the water services authorities for the local municipalities. This was quite, it was interesting to hear because it seemed like there was a lack of almost understanding how deep the challenges go, and there was almost a resistance from some of them to accept that there are indeed very much challenges present. We've noted that there are difficulties in respect of the administrations and recent administrations and turnovers, etc. But I think it's very, very important to emphasize what the provincial manager has indicated this afternoon as well. All of that being said, the people on the ground do not have water. So whether there are administration issues, whether there are planning, budget, etc., whilst communities do not have access to water, we are not fulfilling the aims and objectives of the Constitution. That's very, very important for us to underscore as well. I think we were fortunate to hear from 2 oversight bodies, which would be CAGTA as well as the Office of the Premier. And the challenges that they are facing are indeed similar. And I will summarize those as basically to say that there's a lack of bite. There's a lot of bark, and a lot of forums, and a lot of meetings, and a lot of reports, it seems. So I'm going to tag that back to the communities that remain without water. So that, in short, would be my final submission of today, and we will be summarizing all of that and compiling that into a report, but I will not elaborate on that any further. From my side, Program Director, I think that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isi. Commissioner, may I kindly invite you to do your final remarks, I'll say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. The decision or the wiser thing to do is for us to then offer our closing remarks as part of the media briefing that we had planned. So I'm going to request that we take a quick 10-minute break to prepare for the media briefing, and that then will form part of our briefing to the media, which will then also be our closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Let's take our quick 10 minutes break and come back immediately after 10 minutes.
and financial assistance to water services institutions. Municipalities who are appointed in terms of this Act as water services authorities thus have a crucial and direct role to play in providing everyone, including vulnerable communities, with access to water supplies. From 19 to 22 October 2021, the Commission held an inquiry into access to water and the efficacy of water service authorities in the Limpopo province. The inquiry was held as a result of an increasing concern and an increasingly concerning number of complaints received from members of the public regarding a lack of access to water. The inquiry commenced with the provision by academic institutions, namely the University of Venda and the University of Limpopo, of conceptual insights and research results on the usage and safeguarding of the natural water resources within the province. Universities were in agreement that although Limpopo is the most vulnerable province to climate change due to erratic rainfall patterns, it was nonetheless a combination of maladministration, a lack of expertise, as well as failing infrastructure, which are largely responsible for a decline in the provision of access to water to communities in this province. The Commission also heard from community members who provided evidence of devastating experiences of living without reliable access to water. While some have to survive for weeks at a time without access to water, their pleas are often met with non-responsiveness from water services authorities. Rural communities in the main often resort to accessing water from contaminated rivers and streams, together with livestock. Related to the non-provision of water by authorized institutions is a growing and concerning culture of the commodification and subsequent exploitation of poor communities. Out of desperation, many are compelled to use between 80 to 90% of their income, which is mainly social services grants, to procure this basic service and human right. The Commission, in terms of enabling legislation, called all 10 water services authorities in the province to give evidence under oath on their performance in relation to access to water, to appear before it. The testimonies presented by executive mayors as well as municipal managers revealed the extent and complexity of the myriad of challenges that form the basis of the devastating state of affairs. In the main, it appears that water service authorities are lacking in planning, commitment, and proper execution of their duties as called for by the Water Services Act. This prima facie finding has been fortified by the information provided by the Department of Water and Sanitation in Limpopo, who advised the Commission that monies paid towards most water services authorities in the province is returned after each financial year, unspent. This means that the people of Limpopo remain without water, even though there are funds available to address their needs. Following this inquiry, the Commission will now assess and evaluate the evidence which has been placed before it, and thereafter make a determination towards findings. The report, which may contain adverse findings against several municipalities and stakeholders, will be provided to all respondents who appeared before the Commission and will be released publicly upon approval. Nevertheless, in the meantime, the Commission can confirm the following immediate interventions, amongst others, which have emanated from this inquiry. Number one, the Waterberg District Municipality is due to provide the Commission with a summary report by the end of Friday, 22 October 2021, this being this afternoon. on what intervention it will offer to address the urgent needs of the community of Khamushi. Number 2, the Tabazimbi local municipality will submit an urgent application for grant assistance to the Department of Water and Sanitation to procure its own water tankers to assist the local community. Number 3, the Vembe District Municipality has committed to engage directly with the Minga Traditional Authority to assist in their long-term challenges to access to water. The municipal manager of this municipality further confirmed existing plans which are projected to be finalized by December 2021 for the provision of reliable access to water in the area. Number 4, the executive mayor of Capricorn District Municipality has committed to engage the community of Khotok in Leboaho Zone E by Thursday, 29 October 2021 to ventilate issues which are causing a delay in the finalization of a project moving towards the provision of water for that community. Number 5, the executive mayor of Polokwane local municipality has committed that the community of Mamaunde will receive emergency water provision through water tankers commencing today. This commitment has been relayed to the traditional authority within that community. Number 6, the mayor of Belabela committed to immediately provide water tankers to the informal settlement of Savannah, which is within their district. And lastly, Mokhalakwena mayor further provided an undertaking of immediate access to water tankering services to the community of Khamushi village, coupled by a visit from the mayor within the next 7 days. The commission further heard from the Department of Health and COGSTA, as well as from the Office of the Premier as oversight bodies. The commission is also of the view that these oversight bodies displayed a lack of consequent management towards those municipalities who are unable to provide water to vulnerable communities. The commission has committed to work with these oversight bodies to strengthen their mandates and to provide the much necessary impact that's needed to ensure service delivery. The commission is convinced that through strengthening cooperative governance, as well as the administration of the water services authorities, the communities in Limpopo can be provided with access to uninterrupted, clean drinking water, as is their constitutional right. The Commission has committed itself to assist municipalities to achieve this inalienable goal, as has already secured the undertaking from several municipalities that a human rights-based approach will be adopted in the deliberation of their respective integrated development plans. The Commission also commends the progress made by a number of these authorities, such as abolishing the usage of water tanker service providers and strengthening their internal capacity to deliver on the mandates awarded to them by the Constitution as well as the relevant legislation. The Commission, however, underscores that it will not hesitate to make adverse findings against several of these authorities where it is of the view that the submissions were lacking, unclear, and devoid of a commitment to the people of Limpopo. In this regard, it is to be noted that the Commission's findings are binding until set aside by a court of law. We thank you.
you very much, Commissioner. May I kindly invite you to the podium to close this session.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, everyone, for being with us for the past week. I now declare the hearing officially closed. Thank you.